Okay, good morning, everybody. I don't know exactly what was wrong, but basically we replaced dilithium crystals somebody took last night and we got it all working. I don't know if that's exact proper name for what was going on there, but I'm Tom Suter. I'm the CEO and founder of the Advanced Technology Academic Research Center. Hope everybody's having a great summer. This is I think our lone in-person. We've had a couple in the summer, but good to have everybody here. Traffic wasn't too bad, hopefully, for people. People are still out on vacation. But this is going to be a really interesting, timely talk that we wanted to do. So let me get right into it. Do we have our slide up there? Here we go. That's me. Get past that one. I'm tired of looking at myself. So anyway, we'll get right into it. We've got our friend Don Bauer here. Don is the Chief Technology Officer of the Office of Technology Services at the Global Talent Management Executive Office at the U.S. Department of State. And I will say the last time Don spoke at our event, he got a lot of press coverage. He got a little nervous about it, but then it turned out to be really good coverage. So, you know, Don talks about a lot of different technology things that they're trying to do. And he is, if anything, he's entertaining. So thank you, Don, to kick us off and set the right tone.
All right. Well, thank you. You guys have the luxury or pleasure of my very first keynote speech. So don't roast me too bad, especially on social media, because I know LinkedIn's out there. And I told Tom he was kind of scraping when he gets the HRIT to give an AI speech. However, I do have an opinion, so I think that matters, and we'll go from here. So let's start out with the video, guys. Next.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't give you that information.
All right, next slide, please. So, you know, when I started doing this research, I said, well, keynote, let's go and use ChatGPT to help. So, and I've been training a model on my personal history to see if I can get a good resume, because everybody tells me my resume is crap and my profile on LinkedIn could be improved. So I kind of use myself as a test bed. But when this came up, I was like, oh, here's a great opportunity to use the technology that everybody's talking about. So I think if you look at some of the, and I'm leaving this up here because it was kind of fast on the video and I didn't want to take away from the fact that it did come back with some really interesting topics and interesting responses. The original prompt generated about 15 items, and there was literally a paragraph under each one of these. And then I said, well, give me a summary of this for bullets. So, and happy to share my prompts because I kind of feel like, this is that world that we're living in. I'm a computer scientist by profession, and we all agree the next profession is prompt engineering. Okay, that's where it's going to be. It's how do you ask the right question to get the answers you want? And then, of course, the other side of that is how do we train the models to give us the data that we expect to get and validate and verify? So let's go to the next slide, please. So dangers and risks are probably more. And being a CISSP, having been a former ISO, running a large IT organization, I've literally been bombarded almost weekly with, we want to use AI, we want to use ChatGPT, we want to introduce this into our environment. And I would be the last one to say, no, this is where we need to go organizationally. But sometimes people get excited and forget the where, the when, the how. And that's the part where I take pause with the organization, especially if you're working for some place like the State Department, which we fend off 500,000 attacks a day. And from a national security perspective, this is something to be mindful about. And I'll kind of clarify that a little, but as you can see, the majority of the ones, job displacement. I don't know how many of you went to the Google AI thing that with the Reagan building. Okay. And if you notice when they were talking about their large language model, the presenter slipped and said, getting the people out of the way. I mean, because Wendy's, I guess, is using it now to interpret people speaking at the drive-through. And I think that is probably one of the best uses of AI on the planet because of listening to somebody through the drive-through. But he said, eliminating the people accidentally, and kind of the audience caught it. But that's the reality that we're facing, is it's people are going to be displaced by this. And, and I think in the federal context, that's probably even more meaningful for us because there is a lot of back office work that theoretically could be replaced by AI. There's very obvious concern, and it's everywhere, and I think the only thing that eclipses that right now is the telework issue, which we're all kind of at different places on that. So next slide. So State Department, it's interesting. I've been at State Department almost 7 years now, and I'm very proud of the fact of how forward-leaning the department can be. We took a really interesting approach to diversity once we started understanding the nature and started really compiling the data. They said, okay, well, here's some strategies and plans, and we kind of went and executed it. And the same thing kind of happened with AI. Amazon popped up and said, hey, you guys want to try some demonstration projects with some machine learning? So, we participated in that. And of course, how timely, there's a Fed Scoop article out today on the State Department's use of AI, primarily for declassification of cables. And I speak a little more on that. But the department looks at it through two lenses. So next slide, please. First one, AI is foreign policy. We just created the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy, and that is supposed to be somewhat of a forward-leaning, looking at the global outlook from an AI standpoint. And I will say, first and foremost, I am not a policy person, so that's all I'm going to say, because I do not want to be quoted as some kind of a policy decision or point. But I would, and I will. The slides will be shared. There's a link to the Bureau. I was actually part of the team that hired the leader who stood it up. And they're looking at emerging technology and also shaping international norms. And of course, I think we're getting to that point where we're global now with a lot of what we do. And having done, I manage the HR platforms for the department. So I have a global presence. I have 2 ERP platforms. And when we implemented a job platform for foreign nationals to apply to embassies overseas, we're like, oh, this is great. They can use their phone. Most people overseas have a phone. They can apply to embassy jobs. We're making it convenient. And then somebody popped up and said, what are the data storage requirements for that country? And we're like, oh, so we started talking to the legal folks. And of course, we know EUR has the GPDR and some of those other rules about where citizen data gets stored and all the things privacy. And it became somewhat of a real interesting situation because we're hosting a platform where people can apply to jobs in the embassy, but they're in the host country. So these are some of those things that you don't think about because we've become this global economy, but also matter. And the lawyers are always in the back room going, wait a second, we have something to say. So next slide, please. From using AI standpoint, we're obviously using it now to improve our own processes, policy management, operations. One of our IT division chiefs shared that they were using it to help them write code, which we were happy to hear because sometimes their code wasn't that great. So, there's always room for improvement. And also really public facing product. And this is what that article I mentioned on FedScoop, which you can go look at, is the declassification documents for FOIA purposes. We get a lot of FOIA requests, as you can imagine. And there's been a real concerted effort in the department to ensure we capture all electronic communications. I think I was talking to the records guy the other day that we're in like the 3 billion range of emails that we have stored that, from a standpoint of being able to categorize and also are they responsive? But then the other side of that is all the cables. And we started the machine learning project, and the initial couple runs that we did, it was about a 40% success rate. By tuning the models over the last probably year or so, we're in the 80 to 90% range for declassification of cables after 25 years. So there's a bona fide, meaningful kind of takeaway from that. To do the same amount of work for human beings would have taken years. And now that's accelerating the ability for us to release things to the public. And I think they said we've reduced the review time by 65%. So, if you consider that from a throughput standpoint, we're bringing a lot more information to the public because once it's declassified, then people can FOIA and use it. So, in my own organization, the nice thing about being in HR, we have two sides. We have the people side, which we're not doing anything with AI on the people side yet until some of these questions get answered. But on the position and position description and skills categories, resume processing, those become real lucrative candidates for AI. And those are areas that we're pursuing. We're actually building out some capability to start building out what we call a career mapping platform, where we take somebody's resume, we find out what kind of skills they have, we take our positions, we determine what skills those positions need, and then using the opportunity to show somebody a path, what skills gaps they have and things like that. So there's some really interesting opportunities there. But that's kind of where I've drawn the line with respect to from a security standpoint. Next slide. So the other thing that I'm kind of proud of the department, we've developed a policy, around AI. I think having been at DHS, I spent time at CBP, I've spent time at headquarters. I worked on some policy back in 2010 that just got released in like 2020. I mean, it took 10 years to get the policy out the door. But the idea of us kind of leading the way, since that's kind of what the world that we live in from a diplomatic standpoint is, we've developed policy and it's publicly available. Anybody can go look at it. So if you're in a government organization and you're looking for policy ideas, we've got a good framework for it. And the one thing that we've kind of put into place around this policy is governance. And it's not the typical, no, you can't do this governance. It's the, let's all get together and have a diverse steering committee. I'm up part of the steering committee. We have our CTO, we have a representative from legal, everybody getting together and discussing our strategies, our plans, and our goals, so that we're not doing this as purely like, ooh, shiny tech thing, let's go use it. But how could we employ it? How can we use it? How can we do it in a way that's legal? How can we do it in a way that's safe and secure? And I think that's that helps us kind of make sure that we're moving in the right direction, but doing so with our eyes open, so to speak. So, all right, next slide, please. And of course, our CDO, when I told him I was giving the speech, most of the topics he gave me, because I asked him, I was like, well, what should I talk about? And he mentioned this. He's like, never has there been a new technology with more potential for an agency than generative AI for the State Department. Our currency is the written word and the spoken word. And obviously you can understand ChatGPT has been kind of blowing it away with respect to pulling together things. And as long as they're not hallucinations, we're all good, right? I mean, you got to make sure that whatever you're presenting is based in facts. So next slide. But I have questions, and this is where I'm going to leave you. There's an Axios article. I have the link up there. It just happened. It happened a couple of days ago. It's funny. I'm looking at the speech, figuring out how I'm going to talk about it. And right here it was. It's not clear, not even to the scientists and programmers who build them, how or why the generative language and image models work. This is from the CEO of Palantir. Okay. And then there was some researchers did a paper, and they said that as many times as we put guardrails into these platforms, the users always find a way to get around them. And if you go to the next slide, this is my last one, I think. So in closing, at the end of the video, it was kind of funny, but that is 4 of maybe 50 prompts that I put into ChatGPT. I got the same exact answer from every single one. As an AI language model, I don't have access to personal data. It wouldn't give me any information about it. And from my standpoint, those questions need to be answered before it can be fully used in the government, at least from where I'm sitting. So food for thought. Thanks.
Thank you, Don. That was fantastic. Great way to kick us off. And our next moderator is, I actually have to make a little change here. I think, Don, maybe FedScoop came out with something, but the actual reporter that I saw that wrote about the State Department is our actual next moderator. Yeah, Jory Heckman. Yeah, it was pretty good. He's a reporter's reporter. And no, so just for those of you, I mean, I really respect the press that we have. That's why we get them as moderators, they ask questions, but you should subscribe to their newsletters. There's that, that's kind of like whether you're in industry or government, it's very, very informative. So next, our next panel, I'll just invite Jory up, and he can get everybody introduced. And you can read his article about AI in the State Department that came out this morning. I did mention it to you this morning. Yes, I did. Yeah, I didn't actually read it yet, but.
All right. Thanks for that, Tom. And thanks for always reading the articles. Much appreciated. Good morning, everyone. Good August morning to everyone. Hard to believe it's already August, but here we are in the last throes of summer. But thanks for coming out, for talking about our first panel of the morning, the challenges and opportunities of AI. We'll get into both of those. But let me introduce our great panel for this morning. We have a real fantastic lineup of folks. We have, to my immediate left, Shakib Shraibi, the Chief Data Scientist at the National Technical Information Service. We have Param Soni, the Chief Information Officer at the Bureau of Economic Analysis. Double feature here from the Department of Commerce. We have Brian Lorenz, the Chief Data Officer at the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee. Damian Kostick, the Deputy Chief Data Officer at U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, and Dr. Heather Martin, the Acting Director of Office of Plans, Programs, and Strategies within the Directorate for Data and Digital Innovation at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. How do you fit all that on one business card? Well, I'll give everyone an opportunity to introduce themselves a little bit more fully, but as part of that introduction, I also want to ask them, what is the AI use case that is front of mind for them, or the one that's really moving the needle at their agencies? Shakib, I'll start with you.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Wednesday. How are you today? I'm Shakib Shraibi. I'm Chief Data Scientist and Acting Associate Director, Office of Data Science at NTIS. NTIS is a bureau within the US Department of Commerce. We have this unique authority in the federal government given to us by Congress that allows us to enter into a joint venture partnership with the top private sector, including industry, academia, and nonprofit, to assist federal agencies address their federal data priorities and leverage data science, artificial intelligence, and other emerging technologies to deliver on their mission. So we have been involved with several federal agencies, including the Department of Defense, Department of Human and Health Services, Department of Labor, and others, working with them on several AI-based projects. So kind of gave us a good perspective of what's happening there in terms of, we were talking about it in the panel before, how to encourage federal agencies to adopt AI while being very careful about the risks that it presents, because we are here to talk about opportunities and challenges. What are the reward and risks? And it's very important to actually specify the promising capabilities of AI while looking at the pragmatic limitation of AI. How to use AI in an ethical and responsible way. How to manage AI in terms of the risks that it presents, etc. While promoting innovation. How to change the culture. What's very important that we found out is that, and we know now because so much hype around there, and it's very justified because AI is really a transformative technology. It's already changing the way we work, way we're gonna collaborate, and the way we're gonna use our resources, and then how we're gonna see the future. So it's very important to understand this technology, and the sooner the better. On top of that, when you use AI models, as you know, they are statistic models. So the more you use them, and the more you feed them with quality data, the better they come. So the sooner you get into them, the better will be for you to deliver on your mission. So what I'm excited about, actually I'm excited about all those capabilities in AI, about the optimization, about augmentation, about decision-making, about predictive capabilities, etc. So, but I think the most intriguing one for me is augmentation. How are we going to be interacting with these models that we develop as human, because we need to have human in the loop. How we interact with those, and in the future, how it's going to be. So we see already now a lot of doctors using AI to help them with diagnostics. At NTIS, we're working with we worked with Jake, the DoD, in terms of how to better secure their network. So how they can actually, using their data and using AI machine learning algorithm, analyze the network penetration and bring it up to their experts so they can actually identify malicious actors. We're working with the Department of Human Health Services about confronting fraud, waste, and abuse. How they can actually use machine learning and AI to surface unusual patterns and then use the expertise to do that. So we help them automate their processes and then use AI as a capability to bring up the information that they need to get, so they make to apply their expertise to actually detect, if not prevent, fraud. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Shakib. Heather, over to you. What's front of mind for you and NGA?
Yeah, thank you. So good morning, everyone. Heather Martin from NGA. So just a little bit about my background so you kind of know my perspective on the AI I take. So I started my career as an Air Force intelligence analyst and then later transitioned to various roles in program management, integration, and strategic planning. So any new or emerging sensors and analytic capabilities, that was really my role, was to figure out how to integrate those into DoD and IC architectures, and then also to prepare the workforce for the adoption of these new sensors or new tools that we're fielding. So in my current role at NGA, AI plans, programs, and strategy, that is all about, that is our whole mission, is really learning about what the emerging AI capabilities are, how they can help our mission. For those that aren't familiar with NGA's mission, geospatial intelligence, we're talking about imagery, pictures of the Earth. As some of you may know in the audience, we literally have thousands and thousands and thousands of images that we're collecting all the time. And it can be really a huge burden for analysts to be able to find the thing that they care about in these huge amounts of imagery. So We really are turning to the adoption of AI and computer vision to help our analysts find those things they care about in large amounts of imagery so they can focus their time on other priority things and really do more in-depth analysis. So looking for that ability to use machines and computer vision so they can kind of have some, free them up to do other things, higher priority tasks. So that is largely how we're using today AI and computer vision in our agency. And we will be doing much more of that in the next 5 to 10 years.
All right, Damien, over to you.
Hi, I'm Damien Kostick. I'm the Deputy Chief Data Officer for USCIS. And, it's really fun to listen to my colleagues here and I will hear more. And what I feel like I'm hearing off the bat, and I'm really happy to hear what we're talking about during the panel is what is AI? So I wanted to jump into that with a definition because that's an interesting thing. What is it? Are we saying generative AI? Are we talking statistics? Are we talking machine learning? What is that? And I wanted to bring that up because that has been, so what are we talking about? What are we talking about, USCIS? The crux of the problem. For example, executive order, right? So is it 13960 says we have to report what AI we're doing, okay? But then when people started looking at the practical matter of defining it, back in the day, 4 years ago, we thought it was cool to do AI because there wasn't any policy or regulation over it. But now as people are starting to see policy and regulation, they're like, whoa, I'm not doing AI. Nope, I'm not. I'm not doing it. Right. So we started looking at it and really trying to define, is that what we want to report? And we noticed, for example, if you go to AI.gov right now and you look at like what people have reported, you'll see things like ARIMA models. If you don't know what it is, it's basically just regressions. Okay. Are we going to call a regression artificial intelligence? No. Right? No, I don't think anyone wants to say that basic rudimentary statistics are artificial intelligence. So anyway, just to loop that back is, so the definition, what do we define it as? And I'd say that what we're trying to do right now is absolutely define what is that so that we know what the guidance applies to. And we're trying to do that in coordination with DHS, right? Our lead department for policy formulation. So we know what the heck we're talking about. All right, so to that extent, I'll say that we internally have tried to generally, I'm not putting down on paper like what it is, but the general components are AI has to be more than statistics, right? For example, statistics are something you use in AI, but it itself is not, right, the whole thing. Same thing with machine learning. It's something you use in a holistic thing that is AI, but it itself is not AI. So then what is AI? Well, one step above that, for example, is like artificial general intelligence, right? But that's the scary thing, right, that you hear in the newspapers and the articles that's going to take over our lives and become, right, the new evolution of humanity. But that's not what we're talking about, right? Whenever you look at AI, whether it's in the Department of Defense budget from 2019 or right, the National Security Council's paper on final released paper on AI, I feel like it'd be better to call it artificial limited intelligence, right? It's still something that has machine learning components, let's say. It can learn. But what makes it more than just statistics? Because learning, whatever, like we've been doing that for decades. It has to have the ability to independently make a choice or adjust its parameters without human input. But at the same time, still has to depend on human input for how far, right, the scope of its work and the purpose of its work. All right, so with that in mind, what is the use case that maybe we're starting to play with? And I'd say, I have to gleefully say the initial use cases are wonderfully boring, right? Because nobody wants to apply it right off the bat. And there's a lot of laws, and I think there's definitely going to be regulation against it right? We don't want that to be doing profiling. But hey, could it be wonderful use case for doing things like pre-drafting documents? Not completing the documents, right? Because there's a lot of hallucinations in there and bad factual information. But can we use this to synthesize and summarize thousands of pages of information that we're getting from people? Yes, great. At least that's a starter point, right? And then it still has to pass by the eyeballs of an analyst right before doing any kind of reporting. But it can also, and I'm going to speak from a chief data officer's shop, wonderful things for helping out with basic documentation and data governance structures like data dictionaries. Yes, that would be lovely to have rip through and create data dictionaries for it. By definition, the way a generative AI, the LLMs work is that it's a single concept, right, with nested other concepts and terms around it. You've basically got an out-of-the-box ontology. And if that rings a bell with a lot of people, right, ontologies are very necessary for domain specific, I mean, like for immigration, for commerce, maybe, I don't know, but it's domain specific information. It auto generates a ontology. So you can start to have good knowledge management, good IT management, good data governance, all these other things that you can layer onto it. So there's lots of use cases in the universe, certainly with operations, certainly with our stuff, but I'll just, for the starters and without babbling too long, I'll just say from a CDO's perspective, we love it for what it can do in the boring world of data governance and documentation.
All right, plenty to unpack there. Param, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Soni. I'm with BEA, Bureau of Economic Analysis. As part of the Department of Commerce, we publish the GDP. So you're all aware of every month, personal income and other statements. So we are a very data-heavy shop, if you may. So when I'm just going to give you a little bit of journey over the last few months, as we saw the buzz on AI. And so the very first thing we did was develop an AI policy for our agency. I reached out to all of our business bureaus and IT to identify if they have any use cases they want us to look at from an IT perspective. So basically the idea was, I don't want to stop innovation. We want people to innovate, but on the other hand, we want to manage how they do or what they do. So we got, from being a data shop, we have been using machine language for models. We get these large data models, whether it's real estate data or healthcare data, everything, as you know, affects the economy. So we have these large models which you do process to what they think. So what that helped us to identify some use cases which we can look at. Then we worked at the department level. What's the AI policy at the department level? What is allowed, what is not allowed, to manage that. Then we looked at whether should we look at ChatGPT and other things. And we found out we had a lot of conversations with Microsoft, Gartner and others, found out that, they have the 3.5, then 4.0, but we're not sure what happens if we use a model to the data where the data goes back. So we are still in consideration, but we have identified a few use cases for start using. And we set up a lab, which we call as the Business Optimization Lab, which is, you can call it an innovation lab, basically use cases for the agency, which I can get into more detail later as we move forward, but automated way of conversion of code, getting our site data ready. So when the crawlers come in, a lot of data we post, and then different agents like Reuters and others, they pick the data, CNBC, MSNBC, they kind of report that data. We want to make sure that data is presented in a way where it accurately reflects what we are saying, and those crawlers are not putting their own quote unquote intelligence in that. So that's another use case, and another case of this is the security. But that's kind of our journey into AI.
All right, and rounding out the panel here is Brian over the PRAC. I know you guys have been very busy. I see a lot of IG reports these days, outlining more and more fraud from pandemic spending. An unprecedented amount of spending requires an unprecedented way to look at that spending. So Brian, tell us a little bit more about what you guys are up to these days.
Yes, there is fraud in pandemic spending. Turns out to be true. Yes, as you said, when the World Health Organization sort of announced the global pandemic, there was a lot of fear in the economy. And then Congress passed laws under the CARES Act to fund a lot of spending, a lot of programs to sort of sustain the economy. And now at the same time, to get the money out quickly, that put a lot of that left a lot of opportunity for fraudsters. So you combine economic duress with a whole lot of opportunity and a whole lot of money, and the fraudsters kind of went into overdrive. So as the chief data officer for the PRAC, my job is to help identify fraud, waste, and abuse, mismanagement that cuts across agency programs, but also try to identify the internal controls and the processes that could be put in place to stop this, in the future. And it's a pretty target-rich environment. I've accumulated about 95 data use agreements. We have about 1 billion transaction records from 8 different federal agencies. So a lot of data to parse through, and all of that data has different rules and governance over what we can use the data to do. I mean, I don't need to tell you all about the data privacy and having permission to use data for different purposes and whatnot. So when you have that many tables that you're working across, what I think AI, one of the use cases that I think is really a great opportunity for us is we hired a ton of SQL programmers to be able to basically query and look through all of this data. AI is pretty remarkable. You go to a landing page, you ask the question in natural language, and you can watch the SQL code being programmed alongside. That would have accelerated our process tremendously in trying to understand trends, patterns, because we're really interested in the phenomena of fraud, the way schemes are changing, the use of synthetic identities, the way that that companies were set up, the way that shell companies are activated, dormant companies, and things of that sort. So I think AI, if properly set up, can allow us to work a lot faster, and also identify it's been publicly said that SBA alone has a 100-year backlog of cases. So if you're on the tail end of that 100 years, you're probably gonna be in pretty good shape. But one of the things about AI is it can kind of look at, the different criminal communities, clusters, and allow us to say, okay, if you like this fraud scheme and you like the way this data sets up, and that it proves itself out, you're going to love this community over here. So it can help prioritize and identify where to focus our effort. And then finally, I would say, this is something I'm really interested in, is because we have to set the internal, we actually are part of the IG community, so we don't build solutions to this, but we can identify where the gaps are or where the problems are. And I think that being able to identify the phenomena, the types of fraud schemes, we can try to understand what kind of fixes might apply. How do you recognize synthetic identities? How do you recognize a shell company? And I think AI has a lot of promise in that kind of area. Sorry, I got to enunciate better. So that's really where we're focused right now. I find the technology fascinating personally, and as a countermeasure, I think it's essential. I think you have to put yourself in the mind of the fraudster to properly counteract the fraudster. And so we want to experiment with the tools that they're using, just so we can understand what to recognize and how to recognize it.
Brian, I'm going to stay with you for a second because that's really awesome to hear from an oversight perspective, tackling that fraud out there. Maybe that gives people a little bit of jitters if you are a SQL programmer and, it's very good at doing, what you do. Or, I think at some baseline level, there's some jitters, some nervousness within the federal workforce of, this is a very fast moving technology and it's quite good at doing some tasks that they are, assigned to do. And so I'll couch it in a broader change management question. How do you educate the workforce about this? How do you get them to understand what this means for them and what it doesn't?
So I have to recognize the table that I had breakfast with over there because we talked about this quite a bit. And the keynote speaker, Don mentioned, that, fundamentally, yeah, there's jobs that are going to disappear and they logically cannot be sustained. I mean, that you can't, and this is the thing, you can't put this genie back in the bottle. There's no way this genie's going back in the bottle. So, maybe the skills of asking really good questions may be more important than your ability to code in SQL or in Cypher or in a whole variety of different coding but we'll still have to check it. So there will be, and I think Don alluded to that, there's going to be, you're going to have to check the code. You're going to have to check the cogent question that you asked was properly coded, that it is pulling on the proper tables and using the right data, that the data is authoritative and trustworthy and so on and so forth. But I think the actual coding will be a lot faster. It's a little bit like robotic process automation. It should just accelerate dramatically. And we were talking about AI ethics and things like that. I just don't know how you put it back in the bottle. You gotta you gotta work in the world you live in, not the world you wish you lived in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because this is definitely something we have challenged with on the geospatial and the intelligence community and probably the DoD at large with the adoption of AI. To your point, we're going to have more data at our fingertips, which is great for the kinds of missions that all of us are doing. And we aren't going to have enough people to look at all this data and work with this data. So back to your question about how we are educating folks, we have on our end kind of maybe two separate camps. So we have analysts that are very comfortable that see this deluge of data in our world coming our way and understand that to be able to do something with it, to do all the innovative things they want to do with it, to accelerate their mission, they have to be comfortable adopting computer vision tools and AI technology. And then you have the other side of the house that is very skeptical. There's some distrust about AI and how it was built, how it's going to be used in their mission set, and they're very uneasy about it. So for us, the challenge is the education piece, of course, and we're tackling that a few different ways, but maybe the most beneficial for us has been sending, so the folks that are developing computer vision capabilities, sending those folks out to different work centers, so both DoD and IC, having them sit with the analysts, completely, spend a couple days really understanding their mission and the area of the world that they're focused on or the objects they care about, really having them understand what the analyst is trying to do, then introducing the AI computer vision tool, teaching them how to use it. We try to build these tools so they're intuitive, so there's not a lot of training that goes into it. And then, once they've kind of gotten the tool and they've had a chance to play with it, then it's now part of their workflow and they can choose to use it or not. Majority do choose to use it when they see the benefit of how much time it frees up. They don't have to go through thousands of images to find that thing they care about. And now, we're seeing analysts we haven't even introduced to these things. They're teaching each other. They're seeing the benefit of it, and we're seeing organically them coming together and teaching each other and showing these tools. So I certainly think there's an education piece, and that will continue. I think for our world, just the amount of data. I mean, we're talking 3-4 times the amount of data will be available to our analysts over the next 10 years. So huge increase in data. So they are now seeing that it really is, to be able to do their job, they really have to embrace these tools.
Yeah. And data really seems to be obviously the foundation of everything AI based. Most of you have data in your titles, or in some way, are working with the data as part of this AI revolution here. Shakib, I know we were talking about this, in the prep here, that the federal data strategy at some level was supposed to be a North Star for all these AI innovations. And I know that at an administration level, there is some interest in putting some policy here in place for, a broad swath of the federal government. But to keep in your perspective on things, in what ways has the federal data strategy been useful for this AI, innovation, and in what ways is it been lacking?
Absolutely. I mean, I think you mentioned it, that the key word here is data. So Heather was talking about that, and Damien was trying to explain what artificial intelligence is. I think it's important to understand that. The problem with that is that even intelligence, human intelligence, we have difficulties defining it. It's a multifaceted concept. But the first start that we have to do for federal agencies is really to better govern our data. So the federal data strategy in June 2019, there was a memo that was sent to all the head of agencies about we're going to be starting a framework to encourage all the federal agency to develop a strategy to leverage data as a strategic asset to fulfill their mission, their service, and for the public good. And then we had 2 action plans that were already in place, so in 2020 and 2021. And since then, there is nothing else. So we heard that OMB is working now hard to develop the next action plan, and then understand that probably some tweaking is necessary because of the recent development. But that federal data strategy priorities are already in place. For instance, at Commerce, we are doing a data assessment maturity report. Across all our agencies are working hard to develop a report by the end of September to look at each agency will look at how they are governing their data, how they manage their data, what are the gaps, how they can improve data. And when we're talking about data, is in terms of quality, in terms of governance, in terms of accessibility, in terms of sharing that data, and how to best leverage the data. So that's the key here. So if you want to get into artificial intelligence and you're still worried about the risk about AI, the first thing you should do is look at the data that you use every day. Check the quality of the data. Make sure that the data is secure, that you are fulfilling the laws that are in place in terms of data privacy, etc. How to enhance the access to the data. What data that you don't have, but you would like to have, and try to see where it is. Is it public or is it from another agency? How you can actually try to get access to that additional data that can help you do better your job. So very importantly, whatever you do with AI or generative AI, it's all about the quality of the data that you use. The algorithms learn from the data. They're not smart enough to create their own data. They actually learn from the data. So whatever you feed them, that's what they're going to bring out to you. So that's where we have to. So the federal data strategy is very important as a North Star because it helps us basically better govern our data, better understand how to leverage data in our processes as well as in our AI applications.
Yeah, and Damien, you said in the open here that one of the stumbling blocks, one of the things that agencies need to contend with when it comes to AI is just understanding what is AI and what it can do, what it can't do. We have seen a number of agencies, put together data strategies at this point, in the absence of something more comprehensive like a federal data strategy, subsequent action plan. I know, this is a thing that's fast moving here, but at the USCIS level, at the DHS level, how do you put that policy cart before the horse when it comes to getting the AI off the ground?
Well, I'll definitely put this out that the chief data officer suites, right? There's the DHS, right, master, and then there's all the components that have our own CDOs. And I think one of the things we're really starting to see in terms of the implementation is that, right, AI doesn't just happen on the IT side of the fence, right? It also happens in the business side. And actually, to this discussion about democratization of what AI can do, or at least the generative AI anyway, to be specific, right, is it can help you develop code. But in terms of implementation, you just peel that and that nexus with ethics, AI policy, all this kind of stuff. Our shop has definitely found that there are things such as going to the training sets, right? It's about the quality of the data. So what can we do? And what role do we play for that? Well, for example, we need a data standard of the training sets. That's not something IT shop makes, that's something the business side makes. And so we've been, for example, very much trying to work on those training sets. And then also what goes into that training set, right? You don't want the proverbial original, some of the chat bots that went crazy because they trained them on Twitter and they started, putting out profanity and stuff like that, or horribly profiling individuals. So we have to collaborate across the whole, certainly the component and the agency, for what are those standard sets that will define the limitations and the borders and the boundaries and the quality, define the quality of what is an AI output that is high quality. And certainly as a CDO shop, we're already embedded in things such as data standards, data sharing, and all that also, again, higher quality, feed it. If there's any other kind of emphasis that I feel like we've really started to see quite a lot of is that it's in the data sharing world, right? Because one of the things that all of this AI needs, right, training sets, it needs lots of data. It feeds it. Well, a lot of federal agencies are still very much into siloed and turfed territory for data, and some groups are loath to share. Well, that actually inhibits our ability to actually get this type of technologies up and running, and actually make it running with high quality if we're missing holes in that knowledge gap, that corpus. So we're absolutely working in the implementation on, again, standards, training set standards, data standards, all that good governance work, but also, again, very much emphasizing the data sharing component of it. So I'll stop there. Also, sure. What?
Param, over to you.
Yeah, we work with our chief data officer, but frankly speaking, the CDO is more of a data standard governance body. That's what I say. We know what our data is. We are protected by Title 13, Title 22 data for commerce, for VA and census. So we follow those standards, to make sure our data is, where they come into picture is external data sharing with others. That's where the whole thing is. Internally, we, for example, I talked about the use case earlier where we want to get our data ready. So the websites, when they pick up the data, so we work with CDO and say, okay, schema.org is the standard we want to follow. So that's kind of where there was an interaction with them. Similarly, as we start testing other standards for web crawlers, other standard for scraping the data, things like that. That's where we see their value. But internally, we know what our business cases are, and we manage and that because we have to answer to OMB or IG or whoever else comes in to make sure the data is protected. We have a lot of sensitive data for many organizations all over the world, actually, internally at the region level, state level, international level, which we have to protect. So that's kind of distinction for us, more external facing or using standards where we kind of optimize our data sharing of data production, but kind of manage the development and analysis and analytics all inside the organization.
Yeah. It seems to me, just having read a number of these documents, that these data strategies, they spend a lot of time and a lot of effort on the AI ethics side of things, make sure that within these agencies, AI is deployed, free of bias, that it's trustworthy, that it's equitable to, everyone that it, deals with. Brian, it occurs to me that in your line of work, there are fraudsters out there. They have access to Chat GPT, same as the rest of us, and they are not really concerned about any of those things. If anything, their business is to perpetuate fraud. And, given these tools, they're able to do it a lot more effectively. Fraud is always this cat and mouse game, right? Staying ahead of the fraudsters. What does AI-driven fraud kind of look like, and how do you stay ahead of this new wave of threats?
There's some fraud GPT and worm GPT, and there's these different burgeoning platforms that you can use to write malware. You can use them to write phishing attacks and things like that. And so, yeah, you're right. They're not concerned with AI ethics in the slightest, right? So,
Sorry, could you scooch the mic in a
oh,
little?
and sorry. Yeah, I was just saying that there's a lot of burgeoning tools in the fraud space to actually enable fraud. Like Fraud GPT is pretty notorious, Worm GPT, and they'll help you write malware. They'll help you, write good phishing attacks. They really are out there, and they have no compunction around ethics whatsoever. What I think we have to do is use those tools to understand what they actually will program, understand the kinds of questions that people are going to ask of them, and then come up with the countermeasures appropriately. So I think the government has to, explore those tools just to understand what other people are going to be coming up with. And I think that's the core of how we have to treat those, because AI ethics poses some things for me, because I don't think you're putting it back in the bottle, so to speak. And so I recognize that there are things that we should not leave to machines. On the flip side, machines sometimes are more, if it's properly programmed, they actually can be less biased than a human being making a decision. So I think that process is full of balances and counterbalances that are going to have to be explored and there is lots of dialogue going on around that.
Yeah.
Expand on.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Just to tie up the two things together, because of the importance of data and then the application in a specific use case, like in case of the fraud. For instance, at NTIS, we've been working with the Department of Human Health Services, the Office of the Inspector General, for the past 5 years to combat fraud, waste, and abuse. The Office of the Inspector General at HHS is the largest in the civilian sector. So they supervise a budget about $2 trillion. Managing Medicare, Medicaid, and hundreds of other healthcare programs. So they have a lot on their plate. So when they came to us, they were saying, okay, I know we can do better by using our data. I know we can do better by leveraging machine learning and artificial intelligence. How should we do it? So when we start analyzing how the Office of the Inspector General was working, Damien mentioned the silo system. So that's the first phase. They used to work on silo. So a fraud pattern that exists in California, people use it in Florida or in Virginia. So the first thing that we did is move them to the cloud to consolidate and integrate the data. So the fraud patterns can be shared and learned from across the nation. And the next step was to start trying to see how we can leverage the data that they have now. And what's permissible with AI is that it accelerates the process. With generative AI, is the same thing. The way I see it is that it's going to accelerate the project development life cycle, because you don't, when you develop an AI model, it's usually a specific model with specific data. With Gen AI now, with the large language models, etc., you have already the basis, and then you just need to contextualize it using your own data. So based with that work, we start working with them in a sandbox fashion, so just to test those approaches, but it helped them better identify fraud patterns, or get information from social media, doing sentiment analysis. We incorporated geospatial data to help them see which organization are legit or not legit. So, and that helped them basically develop a comprehensive approach to fraud, waste, and abuse, and help their auditors, investigators do faster work, because we have automated, of course, the tedious processes that we were mentioning there, and then have them focus on what they are expert at, which is basically detecting fraud with the help of machine learning tools and AI tools. So that's how you bring everything together and be very efficient. Thanks.
All right. Heather, I'll get to you in a moment here, but since we are getting close to time, we will go to the audience for questions in a moment here. So think of some good ones. Heather, I'll throw you a question in a moment here, but make sure that you guys get some great questions for this great panel here. Heather, you know, one thing we've discussed as far as the challenges side of things of AI is very good at doing things very quickly, sometimes very efficiently. Sometimes it just gets it wrong. Sometimes it hallucinates things. And, you know, if you're asking ChatGPT to, you know, take an email and make it into bullet points or something that's pretty low stakes if it gets that wrong, it's pretty high stakes in the IC if something gets wrong there. And obviously there's that that human in the loop. I forget who said that, but, you know, got that buzzword in there. In terms of the intelligence community workforce using these tools, working with these tools, but also making sure that what it's producing is valuable to them. How do you manage all that?
Yeah. Yep, good question. So I'll say, first of all, any of the AI development initiatives that we have, so this is not unique to NG, of course, but DoD and IC, we're seeing it across the geospatial community. Everyone that's doing this work has someone embedded with the operators or the analysts asking them, is this helpful? And most all of us are using an agile software development approach. So that CI/CD, we're getting that constant feedback from the users. They're getting to play with new releases and they're immediately giving us that feedback, and we're taking that immediately, getting it onto the backlog. So the next sprint, they can see that change that they're asking for immediately in the tool or the capability. So, so that's one way we're getting immediate feedback. The education piece that I mentioned, just again, going out to any of our units, so DoD, IC, you know, partners, customers across the globe, and just again, introducing these tools, educating them on how to use them, and really showing the value of that. And again, like I mentioned, now it's kind of this organic movement, whereas they're seeing the value, they're telling their friends, and others are adopting these things more and more. I think the you know, the getting it right piece is definitely a challenge. I mean, some of these, we have some customers that they're dealing with so much data that a model, it may not be perfect. It may not find the thing they're looking for all the time, but for them, that's totally fine. They need something because something is better than nothing. And they're okay with filling in the gaps, but it's still going to give them a jump start for whatever kind of analysis they're doing. And then on the other side, we have some customers that need some pretty exquisite tools, and it better be right every time. So we're really trying to find the balance. You know, we use that embedded approach with both of them just so we can get that quick feedback and serve kind of both types of analysts, both types of warfighters. But it certainly is a challenge. And I'll say on the trust piece, to maybe Brian's point earlier, that whole trust of, you know, where is your data coming from? It is training the model. So the model's only as good as the data you're feeding it. For us, we've really been focused on that governance, independent validation and verification process. So, you know, anyone developing these kind of tools at the program level have their own test and evaluation process. And largely most are using the same kind of standards. And then within our GeoInt community, we are establishing an independent validation, verification, kind of overarching process so that essentially programs can package up their T&E stuff, pass that to kind of the governance function that, you know, you can have an independent board look at it and go, oh yeah, this is how it was trained. This is who owns the model. This is how good it is. This is what it should be used for or not used for. And then kind of end of the process, it's hosted in a model registry so that anyone in the DoD or IC know what exists and how well it was trained and what it's really good for. So definitely a challenge though. You're, you know, to your point, you're using these tools while you're also building the governance process, which is a challenge. I think all of us on the panel have talked about that before walking in the room. And it really is, you know, want to You don't want to keep people from being really innovative, but just kind of setting those very high level left and right boundaries, legal and ethical boundaries, and not getting in the way of the innovation piece.
All right, well, I've always got questions, but I'll give you guys an opportunity to ask our esteemed panel here, anything that's on your mind based on this conversation.
Got a question here. Just your name and affiliation.
I'm Ramu Sinkra, the CEO of a company called Allen AI. Could each of you tell us, like, what's the one AI service you personally use on a daily basis to accelerate your work?
Social network analysis.
Personally use as in your own, like I have a chat GPT on my personal iPhone, just play with it a little bit. That's about what I do, just to see how it responds to a few questions.
Questions are popping.
Our agency has oftentimes been a build it first, COTS later, only if we fail kind of organization. So we've done a lot of internal development on this stuff. So anyway, I'd say we're playing with the tools we can within our existing analytical environment.
For me, it's object extraction, just, using tools to help us serve up, the things we're looking for in images, so I don't have to go through all of the images.
Question back here.
Yep.
Sure. Hi, Patrick Hearn, GSA. A comment was made earlier. Sorry, Brian, I'm going to pull you out for a second. It's an interesting phrase. Some things should not be left to machines. And I'd like to ask each of you, without going to the extremity of it, what is that line, in your opinion?
Empathy. I don't know that a machine can have empathy. So that's my line. I think that machines can make less biased decisions, but they'll never have empathy. So maybe that's it.
I think I would say oversight. Whatever we do, just have an oversight.
Actually, earlier in this panel, I was thinking about that exact line. Just to flip it real quick, we've been talked a lot about internal policies and internal use and internal boundaries, but let's also think about there's the external world, right? We're not independent. I sometimes think of a funny situation where we could basically have bot wars. And I mean by that is, in our line of business, people submit long narrative texts for immigration benefits to, ask to come to the country to do a thing. And sometimes they have to write these long narratives to explain why. Well, is it inherently fraudulent if they put if they're a non-English speaker, but they need something written in English to send to us, if they use it as an assistive tool, but then to send to us? Is that necessarily fraudulent just because they're using it? They haven't invented anything if they put all the key facts in there. But then it just gets kind of funny. Then you think of something that was assisted by AI to submit an application. And then, and on the inside, we have an AI bot reading the narrative text. And is it going to artificially think that that's fake or fraudulent because it doesn't sound like necessarily a human wrote it? All right. So in both cases, who's right, who's wrong? Has it really anything fraudulent or horrible actually occurred? I don't know. People use Google Translate all the time to help themselves when they travel, when they're trying to buy food, when they're trying to escape somewhere and seek asylum, or refugees, or trying to get away from the fact that someone just killed their entire family. So what's wrong? What's right? Anyway, I just put that out as that there's gray areas in the boundary between these two things, and there could be comedic situations in which we have two bots talking to each other effectively, but situations where no actual fraud or real badness actually occurred. Actually, it was all in the realm of the good.
So in our world, any major decision that has to be made in a conflict or a crisis needs to be made by a human. Certainly, we want to use AI, computer vision, ML to serve up, information quickly so we can make decisions faster. Sometimes we're making these decisions within minutes. But you often hear, people talk about the human on the loop, and that's really what we're talking about. There still has to be a human there that makes that final decision using whatever information is served up from the AI system.
Yeah, I think I would say the same thing. I mean, human in the loop is critical. A few months ago, I introduced this notion of public in the loop. I think it's important to have this kind of discussion, to have everyone involved in AI applications, and not only the one that the data scientists or the AI expert or the machine learning engineers, but everyone from all. It has to be a multidisciplinary approach. But to answer directly your question, I mean, there is NIST has issued an AI risk management framework. It's guidelines for any organization, federal or governmental or private, to try to identify the risks. I think it's all based on the type of risk that you incur by using an application. And that risk approach, it helps you identify the risk, assess it, measure it, and mitigate it. So that helps you kind of put these things in perspective. Some applications, you need definitely to have a higher supervision. In the EU Act, actually, for some application, they forbid you to do that. But with the IRMF, it's kind of a good way to approach these things and then to assess the risks and then make the right decision based on those risks.
All right. Any other takers and questions? Yeah.
Hi, Mark Lewis with Quantexa. I heard data quality mentioned a few times earlier in the panel. Could you each speak to the extent to which data quality, or as Damien mentioned, the inaccessible data due to legacy data stovepipes, is impacting your ability to deliver on an AI ML initiative for the mission?
I mean, just at a very basic level, you want trustworthy data, you want reliable data, you want secure data, and you want complete data. And not having access to all the stovepipe is fundamentally not having complete data. And I mean, there's a lot of things that I can't get access to that if I had access to them, I would identify fraud faster, cheaper, better. And there is a lot of data that if agencies had access to, they would have better internal controls, but the data cannot be shared for one reason or another. But I think to summarize it, it's about completeness. Stovepipe problem is a completeness issue.
All right. Any other questions out there? Maybe
one more.
one last one.
Can I just add on to that? I'm sorry. You reminded me of something you said earlier that I wanted to circle back on for the data quality. So for us, it's a great question, by the way. The stovepipe thing is less of a challenge. I mean, we have some great relationships across DoD and IC now. For those of us doing AI, where we're really able to share data with each other. The bigger challenge for us is, so we know where the data is. People are willing to share it with us. But going back to what you mentioned about ontology and lexicon, we all are calling things differently across DoD and IC. So the way we're tagging data and labeling data would be really awesome if we had a common lexicon and ontology, so that when I get the data from other people, it's a lot easier for me to use it quickly without having to do a bunch of data cleaning and prep to use it. So I thought it was really funny that you mentioned, well, the boring work we do of ontology and lexicon, because that's exactly been my experience. It is not the cool thing that people want to talk about, but it's the foundational stuff that really makes, AI and AI interoperability across DoD and IC work.
All right, final question.
It's not really a question. Hi, I'm Deputy Crown Princess Mayal. I'm from the Royal Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I'm sitting here with my colleagues from the United States DOJ, and we're from Saudi DOJ. I'm the Chief Judice Selectors. I wanted to answer Brian's question, because it seems to be nagging you about the fraud aspect in AI. So we have a program where it all starts with the coding. AI is a complement to the human nano, technically, okay? So it works together. Like you place the AI coding with a human counterpart and work closely together with it. In that aspect, inside of the code, you enter the judicial aspects of law, okay? So when a question is asked to the AI attributes, then it answers back. Like, for instance, if somebody wants to learn about phishing or spoofing or anything like this, the AI answers back and says, no, according to federal rules of XYZ, you can't do this. You understand? And in doing that, if everybody in their coding of a judicial bracket encodes this first, and then build the code around it, then it will be able to filter back this information to persons that are trying to conduct criminal activity. And if everybody does that in 10 or 20 years, then it will be a universal connection where then no criminal can use AI negatively. Does that make sense? Because this is what we're doing in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
I hope it
follow.
helped. Okay.
Did you have a comment?
I think I would have a very long comment.
But I think that's why we talked about the quality of the data, and that's important thing. So we need to focus on the quality of data throughout the data lifecycle, from the collection of the data, even from the access to the data, expand the access to the data, and then the collection, the processing, and the analysis and the dissemination of the data. And then it's an iterative process. You have to always supervise that. But another aspect is like you mentioned, some inclusions of some rules, etc. So we are just at the beginning of the journey. Don't think that AI already has accomplished what it's supposed to accomplish. We're just really at the beginning of the journey. Some models, for instance, have what they use constitutional AI, which is AI with some specific rules that the model has to follow. That's something that is in development now. All the models out there are in beta version. So okay.
All right. Well, any last comments, any last statements before we wrap things up here? I think we got it. All right. Give a round of applause to our great first panel.
Thank you, Jory. I was just wondering, by a raise, can you raise your hands if you're a government employee? Great to have you, getting people back here. Thank you all. We're going to take about a 15-minute break. When this bell goes off, that means, to come back to your seats and we'll get things going. But we're going to do a little touch and go break, get some coffee and take care of business.
Yeah. See, so here you can see we have 26 minutes. It's not 26. We're gonna cut it down.
Yeah.
But once it gets to like 1 or 2 minutes, we'll start flashing it at you. And then when it gets red, we'll definitely start flashing at you.
Start
Because that means
waving.
you're over. I'm gonna be like, yeah, no, Tom, will be like, all right, time's up.
Comes out, pull people off stage.
But for slides, you'll just have to say like, next slide, please.
Oh, so this isn't,
This is the Zoom, so this is for all our virtual panelists.
yeah, yeah.
But we were
Okay.
having issues with the iPad and the laptop at
Hey,
once, so we just
This
put
is
it
gonna
right there.
work. We're gonna make it work. Be
Awesome.
good. All right.
Yeah, well, let me know if you need anything.
No, I think I'm good. Go grab some water and hang out. Yeah. Yeah. So what's Mark? I don't know, you can't talk about. No, I know. Right. Well, depends. If we have high fires, moderate fires. High fires. Never strike, then you never have a downside. Right. But that's the problem. Guys that solid safety, you know, maybe the other problem that we get. And I was stuck because I was buying a big. The DOD intel guys, they all have, I haven't seen them, right? But some of the others, they can't. Well, from what I've seen, they have taken more look at it than last year they got you know, so okay, right? But they're not selling a whole lot. Yeah, that's and you know, you've got to talk. Yeah, I mean, but it's oh, absolutely. As a person, just it's not just like this one. It's like that. So it's not socket. It's like yeah. Well, there's the I managed that, got them on the board, and then Dave came back on vacation. I'm not sure what they're buying because I walked away. I got these guys on vacation. And then that was I walked through one of the reasons why. And that's all that was. But you gotta have somebody I mean, and I said, and you know, and I must have heard us, you know, I said, $3.
It's not even downloading now. Just wait till lunch. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna get things rolling. If everybody could get to their seats. If you're carrying on a conversation, if you can go outside, that'd be fantastic. Okay, we're gonna get things rolling here in a second. If you want to grab a cup of coffee, go ahead. Don't worry about it. Just be quiet. Okay, I'm just going to do this from here. We'll be casual. Our next speaker is Drew Epperson, who's the Senior Director of Federal Engineering and Chief Architect of Palo Alto. And Palo Alto has been we've worked together on a lot of things. One of the things that we're working together on is a Zero Trust Lab, and you all are on several teams. And I know we're going to go a little bit to Zero Trust. They're the one company that I've heard have gone on their own Zero Trust strategy. And they basically, we're doing Zero Trust, and it took them 2.5 years, and they're a cybersecurity company. So if you're a federal employee out there, hey, these things take time. But we're really interested. Almost every company that we're talking to has like a GPT function coming on. So I'd love to hear more about that. But welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So if you're not familiar, Palo Alto Networks started about 10-ish years ago. I think most of you who may know us from a network security background. The launch of the company was synonymous with the launch of the first next-gen firewall, layer 7 application-aware firewall that then entered the market. What we've done over the last 10 years is pretty astonishing. I mean, to the point, when the company started, it was a next-gen firewall company. I'll show you in a second what we've evolved into. But with that, we've put a massive focus on both organic innovation and creation inside of this space, but also acquisitions of small niche startups that can provide us kind of a rapid market approach and then integrating those into platforms. We're going to talk a lot about platforms today. And I think one of the things I'm excited about this morning is, to your point, a lot of the conversation around AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, data analytics, and generative AI have been somewhat theoretical for the last couple of years. People talk about everything it can do, everything that it might do, all the bad things that could happen to us. Really today, what I want to talk about is how we've used it. It's a practical approach of how artificial intelligence and machine learning can actually help on cyber defense. And I think where I'll end today at the end of this 15 minutes is a review of what we've done in our own security operations center. So out of all of the areas that we're investing in AI, everything from internal processes, internal chat bots for our teams to make things easier, generative AI to make sure that some of our documentation is clean and updated, and then also out to our customers, things like AI ops to make sure that their implementations of cybersecurity are actually working as seamlessly as possible. All of that across the product spectrum. Today, what we're going to focus on specifically is security operations and really SOC. Like what's happening in the SOC today broadly and what we can do to implement better protections. So if you hit the next slide for me, there's going to be a lot of that. The button is not working, so it's going to be a lot of next slides. Just keep going for me until we get to that first slide. So you can go past the agenda. For us at Palo Alto Networks, again, if you know us as the next-gen security network provider, we've really invested in 3 broad platforms. And I was really excited in the panel before to hear them talk about data, right? Like the ability to make sure that you have clean data that's well represented, that's well integrated, and you're breaking down stovepipes and pipelines. Really what we've focused on, if you go back to that first slide, is 3 broad platforms. One of them is our network security platform that includes things like our next-gen firewalls, our new SASE, Secure Access Service Edge delivery that we're using in the Atarc'S Zero Trust Lab. That's being used for TIC 3.0 implementations, Zero Trust Network Access on the Department of Defense side under the Thunderdome program, on and on and on. Then we also have, there you go. We have an entire cloud security platform that does all things cloud. Happy to talk to you about that afterward, not necessarily focused today. And then also an entire portfolio of products that really help with endpoint security, security operations, and then orchestration and automation. And there's been a lot that's happening inside the space. Today, we're going to focus on the top one, which is security operations. How do we optimize what's happening in the SOC today? And since we are technically in a federal environment, the one thing I would say is I would challenge you to find another company that takes the federal mission as seriously as we do. We have a massive team inside the US federal space. We have a public sector entity that we use to make sure that we're in alignment with you all and your missions. This product portfolio today has FedRAMP Moderate, impact level 5, impact level 2, and soon to be an entire FedRAMP high JAB process for every product that we offer that will hopefully be completed with an ATO by the end of the year. So not only are we focused as a company on delivering innovations into the broad cybersecurity industry at whole globally, inside of the federal space, we are laser focused on making sure that those innovations that we're delivering as a company can also be used in the public sector space, whether that's certifications, compliance, authorizations, use cases, things like that. So if you hit that next slide for me, we will talk about the SOC. Before we get there, though, the one thing I would highlight is there's been a lot of discussion in the cybersecurity industry about this debate, whether or not in order to be effective, you need to take a best in breed approach, pick the best products in any one category, and then try to integrate those together, or take a platform approach. And, I remember 10 years ago, this was a raging debate about, do you go out and find Magic Quadrant top right, and you go with everything there across 5 different categories and then hire somebody to integrate them? Or do you go with a platform approach and maybe sacrifice a couple, niche features that you just can't get? And the concept of data analytics and AI, that distributed approach of picking 5, 10 different products, all with different data, with different schemas, with different interactions, becomes incredibly difficult. And so the strategy of our company that we have executed over the last several years is we will provide you both. We will provide you platforms, but those platforms will be 13 industry leading capabilities, right? And so today, if you go out and look at our platforms, our network security platform is the only network security platform to be Gartner top right quadrant in next-gen firewall, SD-WAN, and SSE, right? So no matter what the use case is, we will provide you an industry-leading capability, but we'll do it in an integrated platform. And here in a second, I'll talk about how that helps us in the SOC and why our investment in that space is so important for what we're delivering to you as far as an automated SOC. So if you hit that next slide. We'll pause here for 1 second. Like, when we were building this presentation, 2 things stuck out to me specifically about this picture, which I think encapsulates a lot of what we see in the SOC. I realized a third one this morning. Out of probably 15, 20 different graphics that we were trying to pick from, every one of them was a dude, which is odd. So I'll add a third point, and the third point would be we need more women in cyber, and specifically we need more women in the SOC. So gender diversity, huge focus. Tons of programs. If you're unaware, we should dig into that. The second is that this photo is a good representation. The human is at the center of this, right? Like right now, if you go into any security operations center, primary focus is a person. They're responsible for triage. They're responsible for decision-making. They're responsible for tier 1, tier 2, incident response, executing playbooks. And then we wonder why, when we talk about scaling out security operations, the first thing that you hear is we need to hire 40 people, and we need to train those people, and then we need to retain those people, because as soon as we train them and they get good at what they do, somebody swoops in and steals them, or they go somewhere else. That is not going to work. And that is when I get to our case study as a company, you'll see why we've made a different investment. The other one is just the number of screens. Like, if you've ever been to a SOC, hopefully you have, whoever is selling large format TVs, tunable light bulbs, and curved monitors is killing it. Because there are thousands of them across SOCs globally right now. There's a reason that those are there. And if you hit that next slide for me, we'll just click through this. There's some metrics here, but the pace of attacking of our attackers right now is immense. And one of the reasons that is because they use things like data analytics and machine learning and automation when they execute attacks. They're letting machines do what they do well, which is move with speed, move with accuracy, and operate autonomously in some cases. If you hit that next slide, what we've tried to do to stop them historically is this. We invest in a bunch of different platforms. And truly, if you go to a SOC today, most SOC administrators or SOC analysts would tell you that their default interaction is likely the SIM, right? That's where all the data kind of flows into. That's where the SIM is popping data to them and saying, you should probably look at these things maybe through correlation rules. This is interesting, you might want to consider it. What's feeding that SIM infrastructure, though, are network devices, endpoint devices, identity, cloud telemetry now. And then what's even more frustrating is we put all that data into a SIM, we put it in front of an analyst, and we expect that one human, who likely is a tier 1 analyst, to make decisions in real time about the status and future of that organization. And if they're wrong, something bad happens. And in most cases, they don't even get a chance to be proactive, because by the time they get involved, someone says there has been a breach. Not, are you preventing the breach? It's, there has been a breach, and we need you to go through months and months of logs and tell us what happened. That does not work. And one of the things that I think triggered for us when we were optimizing our SOC over the last couple of years is the number of SOC job openings that were for automation engineers, which is crazy because you're buying products and bringing in data, but then hiring people who all they do is build Python and Ansible workflows to make those products work together in a SOC with the hope that you drive down mean time to resolution and mean time to detection, which isn't working. Like we can attest to it on our own SOC environment. It did not work. And so if you keep flipping forward, what we drive toward then is a different type of outcome. If you just click the next one, a different type of philosophy here. In network, infrastructure, and endpoint, over the last couple of years, the industry has revolutionized those. You don't do castle and moat architectures on network. A lot of people are moving data center infrastructure to cloud. Endpoint protection doesn't work anymore, right? Endpoint protection was great for what you know about, but then we moved to EDR, and EDR at the endpoint was to detect what we don't protect. The problem with EDR was that it didn't do anything outside the endpoint. So we, Palo Alto Networks, several years ago, launched the first XDR infrastructure to do endpoint, network, identity, and cloud all stitched together. The SOC is the only part of the cybersecurity industry that the last major increase in innovation was around 2007, 2008. That's also about when the iPhone came out and when Facebook launched. Like that doesn't work. And so if you keep flipping forward, what we've seen in our own experience and what we are focused on delivering is more of an autonomous activity that focuses on proactive capabilities. And so if you hit that slide for me, what we launched into public domain about a year or so ago is called XIM, the Extended Security Information Automation and Monitoring or Management Infrastructure. And so this, for us, if you click the next slide, is actually an organic growth. This was not a company that we acquired. There are several companies over the last years that we've acquired that were in different product sets. But when we looked at our own SOC and said, what is the fundamental problem with our SOC? It was too many data sets coming from too many areas that we just did not know how to trust and we did not know how to integrate. And so, you know, maybe the unpopular theme of this is there are things for XIM that we will not integrate as data sources. We don't trust the detections. We don't like the data formats. We don't believe that it has the right fidelity of data for us actually to put into machine models. And so what we've done with XIM is we've made a short list of integrations that we know we can trust, that we know how to deal with their data. We put that in and we stitch it all, right? So before it even gets to the analyst with a SIM of all of this data, we essentially have a data set that we trust that's already in front of them. And then before the analyst even sees it, we're doing detection, we're doing automation, and we're doing response, and then suggesting to the analyst, here's what we think you should do, right? And so instead of an analyst first, automation last workflow, it is now a data and automation first and an analyst last. And so earlier there was a discussion around human in the loop, and in the cyber side of things, I think what we would prefer is human machine teaming, right? Machines doing what they're good at, humans doing what they're good at, decision making at the end with a human interaction through human machine teaming. If you click the next slide for me. The big focus is what I would point out on the right side, right? So yes, we are using deep learning, reinforced learning. We're using some generative capabilities, but really what we're focused on is an automation first approach where a lot is done for you. And then you're told what the preferred outcome might be based on the interaction of the system, but really it's proactive security. And we'll talk about that here in a second. Right now, if you go talk to your SOC, if you're a government organization and you go talk to one of the SOC analysts, I would guess that they do not feel like their job today is proactive. Most of them would tell you that they're completely reactive, right? Something pops up, something is an assumed breach, something is a bad activity, and then they're doing an investigation and hopefully a response. Right now, the industry standard widely ranges, but mean time to detection, mean time to response is not anywhere near where we need it to be as an industry, but yet as soon as an attacker gets inside of the environment, they're moving within seconds on lateral movement, stealing keys, stealing identity credentials. Like they're moving at speed. We have to be able to catch that speed. And so if you click that next slide, what we've incorporated is everything on the left are standalone products that most organizations have made investments in. We've grouped those into three general buckets. One of them is protection. That one makes sense to everyone. Investigation, detection, response. That one makes sense to everyone. The one that you may not be familiar with is ASM, Attack Surface Management. That is being able to see what your publicly exposed infrastructure looks like so that if an attacker wanted to come at you, how would they get to you? And so what we've done is we've incorporated that product that we use on behalf of JFHQ DODN today to monitor the entire DoD attack surface, and also some work that we're doing with DHS CISA. That product line is integrated into this so that the XIM platform can actually look at your attack surface and understand how an attacker would address your organization. And if you click the next slide, our journey, I'll hit this and then we'll wrap up. If you go one more, I know at first glance, this is going to seem crazy, but we can explain how we get there. This was not, we implemented a product and we got this overnight. This is essentially the product of about 2.5 years of us using third-party and internal products, optimizing our workflows and our staffing to figure out how we want to do this. And at the end of that process, our CISO was so impressed with what his team was able to achieve that we decided to productize what that had been in our own SOC. And so today what happens is we get about 36 billion events, and traditionally those would go into a SOC and an analyst would have to deal with them. Today, those then go through the automation and detection frameworks and then response engagement from ML and AI. Those get filtered down to about 125-ish automated tasks that execute. And of those, there's about 8 that end up going to an analyst. Those analysts, if you go talk to them, are some of the happiest SOC analysts you'll ever find. They get to do what they enjoy, which is deal with highly sophisticated, engaged actions instead of filtering through nuance all day long. At the end of that, over the time period, and I think this is as of a year and a half ago, 0 significant incidents for us. We are about 10,000 plus employees, global footprint, obviously a large target. It's not for a lack of trying on the adversary side, but a highly integrated workflow. And I think something that sticks out mainly for our government customers is a mean time to detect of about 10 seconds with a mean time to response of about a minute. That is incredible. That is with about 6 SOC analysts working 8 to 5 using an on-call distribution for things that happen after hours. So if you have any questions, Rick and I are here, happy to answer any of this. I think for us though, on the Palo Alto Networks side, the 3 things I would highlight is we have to operate at machine speed because our attackers are. So if we want to engage and defeat them, we need to use automation just like they are. The second one is platforms over products is going to be the way that we're going to do that so we can drive integration and data analytics. And again, 3 is we have to find diversity in the workforce because the people we've had in the past, we're going to have to up level and retrain, and we're going to need new people who understand analytics to make sure that we can get after this. So I appreciate it.
Hey,
Thank you
Drew,
all.
hang, I got you. While I have you, I have a question.
Sure. I mean, the time's flashing at me, so don't get me in trouble.
I know you did a
So,
great job, but I kind of can do what I want. So I have a question.
Sure.
So in the last panel, we were talking about the offense is starting to use GPT. Now defense is using GPT. How is this mutually assured destruction going to end? It reminds me of how much are they getting sophisticated? How can we continuously defend them as they increase the velocity and et cetera, et cetera?
Well, I think some of it is detection engines, right? So making sure that the products that feed something like this actually understand generated attacks. If you want to see some interesting research, and this, you were talking about zero trust. So I say this with a little bit of a caveat, but the principles of zero trust are never trust, always assume bad, right? Our threat research team, in conjunction with our chief data scientist, actually just wrote a scholar peer-reviewed article that said for malware detection and phishing specifically, a innocent till proven guilty methodology actually has a higher efficacy rate when using machine learning for a lot of different reasons. And if you go out on IEEE and Google innocent till proven guilty, you'll see a great paper. And so part of it is, do the sensors understand what's happening in generative AI and generated attacks? And can we detect those? Second is, even if we can do that, and we have an organization the size of the federal government or Department of Commerce, whoever, those detections are great until they get to the SOC. And then the question becomes, how does someone know what's happening? And so it's a pairing of both detection and capability at the product level, and then something like this at the organizational level, making sure we can actually get ahead of that. Is that a dog? That was fantastic. Incredible. Pet-friendly environment.
I don't know what happened there. Ghost in the machine, I guess. Well, thank you, Drew. This is fantastic. Really enjoyed the talk. Round of applause for Drew. Now we have an old friend of the program, Tobias Nageli, editor-in-chief of the Air and Space Forces. I think it's the Air and Space Forces magazine. Tobias, you want to come up?
Come on up, guys.
And I think we got one remote.
We'll do this. Yeah, we're gonna have our Air Force friend remote. If I sit this on this laptop, am I going to get in trouble?
Probably.
So the first thought I had as I came down here, this is the fourth level, and I was thinking Dante as I came down. The fourth circle of hell is for cheapskates and avarice. So in some way, that's sort of the government and industry. All right, I apologize if I insulted anybody. So the other thought that I had was that we should see what, this is subject is ChatGPT. What would ChatGPT say about this subject? So I asked ChatGPT a couple of questions. And the first one was write a paragraph introducing a discussion about government use of large language models. And it did a really beautiful job. AI and large language models can bring several benefits to government, including smarter policymaking, enhanced search experience, insights out of messy data, plain language translations, expanding beyond text to audio and images, reimagined service, more efficient operations, and a call center representative's best friend. However, there are also concerns about the ethical and legal implications, et cetera. So that was pretty good. Actually, you know, I certainly couldn't have done it as fast and probably wouldn't have been as complete. But then I wondered whether government agencies were getting the most out of it and whether federal governments could be trusted with AI and large language models. And the answer came back, it's difficult to say whether the federal government can be trusted with AI and large language models. There are concerns. It also told me that I'm not aware, this quote, I'm not aware if there are any government speakers who have expressed concerns about ChatGPT specifically. So our mission this morning is to address that and prove ChatGPT wrong. And maybe the next time we ask this question, it'll come up with the right answer. Let's begin, maybe if we'll just go down the line, if each of you will kind of introduce yourself and offer a use case that you're thinking about and a prediction. How far off is such a use case for your organization?
Should I go first?
Or your customer? Yes, sir.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Sunil Madhugiri, Chief Technology Officer for Customs Border Protection under DHS. I also have responsibility for data. So it's a little bit different for us. The Chief Data Officer reports into the CTO office because of the operational component of CBP. For us, as you can imagine, we are a data hog. We are ingesting petabytes of data on a daily basis. So because of that, as you can imagine, our job our primary job is to facilitate legal trade and legal travel in the United States, right? So we are responsible for the borders of the US. So it's a very extensive work which we do and helping our officers and agents in the field. So to answer your questions, I don't want to use the word ChatGPT here because it's a company, I don't give any free advertising for them. So I'm going to start using it as like large language modules, generative AI, transformers and things like that, because that's where it belongs, right? I mean, ChatGPT is one version of one of the implementation of these models. So for CBP, I'm responsible for, as I mentioned, the data component of this. So what we have been doing is we have been building AI machine learning model for a long time. Think about trucks coming in the United States, right? So we're looking for anomalies, like empty trucks, about 30 to 40% trucks coming in the US. This is public information, by the way. This is not anything specific to the government. So 30, 40% trucks coming into like in Brownsville, Texas port, it's about empty trucks. So how do we make sure we facilitate faster processing of them so that, most of these trucks make 4 or 5 rounds, right? So we're using AI machine learning algorithms to see anomalies on video or static pictures. And we get 4 areas of a truck, right? The east and west side, north and south side of a truck, we see all 4 areas and decide, right? Ultimately, the officer is in charge, makes the final call, right? So because of this, that's one component that's been going on for a few years for us. So this, especially with this large language modules and everything else, it's actually a lot of use cases we already start working, and we are doing a bunch of proof of concepts. One of the proof of concept I can share with you is we are a big SharePoint shop. And SharePoint, you type something in, you're getting hundreds of documents, which you have to go and search again on those documents. So what we are looking at is our own internal frozen models where it cannot go out. So if we're running on a cloud environment, we call it within our virtual private cloud. We are looking at putting these documents, those static documents, putting into behind a model, and then use like some kind of prompt engineering and some of the work which is being done with the industry, use that to get information out. One example, a port of entry, right, in the United States, you come in and for some reason you have to, the officer has to figure out what that certain law, rather than going clicking on PDFs and figuring out what that is. Think about how quickly, if that officer types something quickly and gets information out very soon, they can cut and paste it or do some of those things. So that's why we are our models. So NLP, as you know, LLMs are nothing but NLP, larger NLP model. That's what these are. But we also have other cognitive areas, right? For us, it's as I mentioned, from video to pictures to other cognitive like voice and text. Of course, we talked about text again. So that's why we are fairly ahead, believe it or not, doing some pretty interesting work, and we would love for the industry to work with us. So thank you.
Thanks, Anil. So maybe before, go ahead, John, and then we'll bring in Colonel Chapa, who's looking very handsome there on the side. He's got COVID. Maybe we should go to our sick friend and let you go now.
Sure. Thanks for having me. Thanks for flexing and allowing me to do this virtually. I apologize, but I think it's best for everybody. So my name is Joe Chapa. I'm a Lieutenant Colonel in the U.S. Air Force, and I'm the Chief Responsible AI Ethics Officer for the Department of the Air Force. So that implies both Air Force and Space Force. I'm going to follow Sunil's lead and refer to large language models more generally. Obviously, everybody's excited about this, right? You can see it in the press. We can feel it on the staff in the Pentagon. People want access to these tools to be able to improve their workflows and develop new capabilities. The biggest challenge we face with these products is two things: because the models are so large, and because they're proprietary. So this applies to things like Google's Bard or OpenAI's ChatGPT, Meta's Llama, which is sort of open source now, but sort of not. The models are so large that bringing those models inside of our secure environment is probably cost prohibitive, and also the companies don't want to give us access to the models themselves. And what that means is that every time we submit, when you go to the splash page and you want to experiment with these tools, and you prompt in you enter your prompt just like you did for those opening remarks, you're sending that prompt out to their system. And that raises cybersecurity implications for us, because that means we can't operate at a level, what we call controlled unclassified information, what we used to call for official use only information. Those systems they're not certified for that level of data. And so everything we do with these systems has to be at a completely unclassified, non-sensitive level. And that's a little restrictive in what we could do. So I will tell you what I'm excited about. The use cases I'm excited for are not the big models that you hear about in the news, for instance, Bard or ChatGPT or Llama, but instead the open source models that are a little smaller, maybe a lot smaller. So for instance, GPT-3, which is one of the large language models on which ChatGPT is based, is 175 billion parameters, right? That's one measure for how big the model is. There have been experiments within DoD where we've brought much smaller models in the neighborhood of 10 billion parameters inside of our secure networks at the secret level. It's not going to have the same language performance, but it does allow us to use these tools on our specific classified data sets. And that's very exciting to me. So I'm interested in what is the next step in bringing open source models inside of our secure environment, and then running those models on our specific DoD data. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
All right. Good morning. Yes, I'm Jonathan White. I'm in the Coast Guard. I'm in the C5I Service Center. I'm the Cloud and Data Branch Chief. We just created that branch this year, and we've been really focused on building our new modern infrastructure where we can actually run these systems. We can push into our cloud environments with a data fabric and be able to leverage cloud native technologies in a secure way, as Lieutenant Colonel mentioned. Very interested in taking that next step in the next year. So we have a foundation, an infrastructure foundation. We want to take that next step and actually use that with modern capabilities. What I find most exciting right now is we are a little late to the game, but we also didn't have to learn all the lessons that the early adopters have learned. So we're ready to run. With that said, we're also very AI curious. I think our organization is a little nascent in AI. We have some limited use cases that we've done. Large language models is a very small slice of the AI pie, but very attention grabbing. So it looks like it's larger than it really is. But I think what we're in the phase of watch and listen. Okay, watch what's happening in industry, understand what use cases are working and what use cases are not working. The last thing we want to do is go down the road where we invest a lot of money in a particular technology and it doesn't bear any fruit. There's a certain amount of investment to be made to learn because we're all new at this, but there's also a limitation that we need to put on ourselves. Now, the initial use case that we're really interested in, so we do have 11 statutory missions in the Coast Guard, from all the way from defense to port security to immigration support. And with those different missions, you have a lot of split brain syndrome in the Coast Guard. You have a lot of people doing very specific things to meet all of those missions. With a limited workforce, it is extremely hard to place people in the right spots all the time. And we have a lot of policy and regulations and rules and everything else that goes along with those missions. Wouldn't it be great if we could have a tool that can elicit an answer to your question that relates to those policies and regulations? And especially if we are sending people out in the field and we're making them digitally enabled with mobile devices, if they're in the middle of an inspection or middle of a boarding, if they need to ask a question, wouldn't it be great to have a digital assistant with them to surface the information that they need to conduct that inspection? Not only will it save us time because we're doing physical presence, but it'll also make our inspections more accurate, hopefully. So that would be an initial use case that I would be very interested in seeing happen. And the beauty of that is most of that information is completely unclassified. It's public information. It's posted on the internet. It's CFRs, whatever it is. I think the challenge that we have is the way we've constructed law and the way we've constructed policy is for humans. And a lot of it is there's exceptions built in. There may be page changes that are injected in there. So as you start pulling that information and digitizing it, you also have to consider the ramifications of just reading information and making decisions off that. You also have to curate that data and curate that information as well.
You have to train it to be a lawyer.
I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, right, essentially. Okay, so former government guy, now data analyst advisor, I guess is the right way to describe you.
How you doing? Andy Hoagland. I'm the Director of Data and Analytics over at Analytica. Let's rewind the clock back to a more simpler time, going as far back as 2013. Cloud hype is at its peak. Everybody's looking for a new solution. Nobody really understands what it is, but they know that they have to have it. So they get it. First cloud implementations start going out, and then the bill comes in. And then the news headline hits, and then there's a data breach, and another data breach, and another data breach. Massive data breaches on a scale we've never seen before. Tens, thousands, millions. This is where it's happening now. Then look internally to those who have done the cloud migration, and we're being told, well, you need somebody who specializes in this tool that just came out 6 months ago. You need an entire team that uses this that's maybe been out for a year. What is a MapReduce? What's the Hadoop? What's a Hive? What is this yellow pig that I need now? Why is there more tools that I just gave you this? Why do I need 15 other things? Anybody who is in the consulting side, this is really when I switched over from the federal to the consulting side. We will never forget this. This was nightmares seared into our souls having to deal with this. So when we're looking at the next major jump in technology and tech stacks, that's at the forefront. We saw the bills come in. We had to explain those. We saw the security questions, which every aspect of security is a concern here. So taking those lessons learned from the cloud hype, bringing it into the large language model hype, that's the sweet spot. Everybody here has living memory of it. So we're at a huge advantage now. We know how to do this in a structured, methodical. We wouldn't be here at this conference if we didn't. We want to make sure we get this right. We do it once. We don't break the bank. And we get the most out of it through the use cases that we'll be discussing here. Thanks.
Okay, John. Your turn, John Fibus.
Hi, Jonathan Fibus. I'm from the NRC and I'm here to help you. For those of you alive in the 80s, that was a good joke. We have a lot of data. We try and turn that data into information, turn that information into decisions, whether it's a licensing decision, whether it's an inspection decision, whether it's someone trying to write a personnel appraisal come review time. How do we know that the data that we're using to make that decision is the best data we have? How do we know that it hasn't been tainted or poisoned or directed some other way? That's my biggest concern about what large language models and automated artificial intelligence are doing for us. But we have a large data program. We try and make sure that our data is clean. We try and make sure that those structures are built appropriately. We try and make sure that the authoritative data that's going into these systems is not been tampered with inappropriately. And we just look to make sure that we're making the best decisions that we can. Does it feed into CUI and what data is available to folks? Yes. Does it feed further into need to know and other information that we get from our licensees that some of our staff internally may or may not have access to? So it feeds into zero trust. We want to make sure that we can replicate those determinations, those decisions going forward. Does that keep me up nights? Not really, because I think we've done a lot of good work on the basics, starting with our foundational data. So hopefully we're making better decisions as we apply it to artificial intelligence going forward. Thanks.
And now NASA, David Na.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is David Na. I am a data scientist on the data science services team at NASA. And personally, I have a very vested interest in this, but also professionally, we are working as a data science services team to bring in these large language models as a service across NASA using our secured government cloud environments. We do face a lot of data restrictions and security limitations, but we are working to get these NASA research scientists access to these models to be used on their data, whether it's up to a level of moderate, FISMA moderate. Now, the use case that I'm really excited about, and it's definitely just a concept, but we've made some efforts to get this done in reality, is what I like to call GPT Edge. So, deploying these large language models on the edge, and on the edge is basically just without any internet connection, hosted locally on a machine that can have the capability to actually use these models and actually maintain some performance. Now, there are limitations again to that. We are unable to use some of the larger language models because the machines of these edge devices can't yet control or have enough memory to hold them. Now, the feasibility is there with a lot of these open source models, which were mentioned earlier, and the applications for this is just impacts all across NASA. We could deploy it in space on the edge. We could deploy it on a satellite on the edge, just providing to help provide data from that satellite. We can deploy it from many different areas as with this edge deployment capability. So that is what I'm most excited about.
So I think the next thing I'd like to get into is the kind of protecting your data, and each of you has different sets of concerns. You've got data that you certainly don't want getting out and being used by somebody else. And then you've got to make sure that the data that you are using is the right and the right data and is clean. How are you managing that problem? And do you ultimately expect to build, in each case, your own large language models to do this job, or are there going to be ways not to do that? And I think if we start with Lieutenant Colonel Chapa, because you kind of brought out from the beginning, that's what you want. You want that ability. Maybe start there, and then you guys jump in.
Sure. So we don't think that we're going to develop our own large models internal to the Department of the Air Force. I can't speak for the DoD, but I would be surprised if the DoD more generally went down that route. And one reason for that is if you look at the amount of investment in compute required to produce some of the largest models that are out there, several of which have been mentioned already, the DoD lacks the computing infrastructure to be able to rival what industry is able to do right now. So, you know, there's a chart that I could, I don't know if it's publicly releasable, but a quick glance at the chart shows that even the most cutting edge investments the DoD is making in compute are roughly 5 years behind where industry is. And so if we were to go through all of the investment to generate the compute that we would need to train our own large models, we should expect that our model performance would be behind industry by several years. And so it would be much more wise, much more prudent for us to take what industry is producing at the cutting edge and figure out how to make that work for us. And as I mentioned, there's kind of two different categories, two different approaches, right? One is to call out to the large models that exist out there in industry. And we have some security hurdles to overcome. I think, as you know, we in the DoD have a very old school industrial age, you know, nipper sipper JWICS model for security. As everybody, including the DoD, starts to move towards zero trust, I think what we should expect to have happen is that the cloud environments that industry is using will eventually be certified at higher and higher levels of classification. So if that's true, then eventually I might be able to call out to, say, an OpenAI model or a Google model or a Meta model at the level of classification that I need. So that's kind of thing one. I think the other thing that's been mentioned a couple times right now are the open source models. So there's some indications out there to suggest that we might be seeing the size of these models tapering off, right? That supposedly GPT-4, they haven't published the statistics on GPT-4, but it's rumored to be as many as 1 trillion parameters. That's just enormous, right? I can barely imagine a number that big. And we're starting to see some efforts to reduce the parameter count and still get the same model performance. If that ends up happening, then we might be moving toward a place where we can take the no kidding best of breed cutting edge models and bring them into our own security network. So I would want to watch both of those trends simultaneously. Can we certify what's being offered from industry at a higher data impact level, higher IL level, to be able to do classified work? And then separately, as we watch the parameter count shrink, the size of the models get smaller, do we reach a point where we could take cutting edge models and bring them inside our own networks?
Okay, next, just jump in here.
Sure. I would say the one part that I would add to that is, don't think so much as having to train your own model. Probably the best analogy to use is, think of these as an operating system. Do you want to create your own Windows, or do you want to create software on top of it? So this is where fine tuning comes in. This is where bringing your own data. If you think about the model in a most simplistic way possible, if you remember that first graphing class that we had to draw the line y equals mx plus b. Mx is about 33 billion, whatever the parameters are. That's how many of those that you have in order to fit the equation. Because again, too, these models are just trying to figure out what the next word is in a sequence. So bringing your own data to it, fine tuning it, this is where you get it optimized for what you want. The other part too is keep that fine tuning specific to 1 or 2 use cases. Don't have it try to do everything at once. We've heard about hallucinations. I wanted to see how quick I could get a couple. So on the flight in, I did a couple, just asking it something simple. I'm okay with Star Wars data going over the internet. Very comfortable with that. Llama 2 ended up arguing with me over who was responsible for the destruction of the Death Star. It did get it wrong, but still, it also shows too that think of these models not only as an operating system, but this is somebody who is just out of vocational school, just out of high school. There's still going to be an element of OJT, and this is really where fine tuning comes in to get them to become an expert on that specific task or tasks.
I would say that developing a model is not the expertise I want my data staff or my AI team to focus on, but I do need to populate that model with some information so that it understands how to use that information in making decisions. And, you know, whether it was a small band of rebel pilots or the Rebel Alliance itself that destroyed the Death Star, we need to figure out the semantic difference there and what that means to the folks who are reading that output and acting upon it.
So when you take this massive collection of data that each of you own that you're going to try to train, stand further back or closer. When you do that, are you adding layers and layers of filter, or are you adding other software to that mix? How are you going to manage that process?
Right. So what we are doing is just the size who we are, the amount of data we have, we're looking at the use cases specifically, not trying to boil the ocean. We have like the Colonel mentioned that, you know, we are not building our own model, but what we are doing is we do have a foundation model which we want to build upon, like the operating system concept. I completely agree with that. And so we are actually defining the use cases across the board. We actually have one running as we speak. I mentioned about the document component of that. So for us, the whole United States border is edge computing for us, right? We talked about edge. The gentleman from NASA talking about edge. That is huge. We are looking at thousands of devices, cameras, you just name it, we have it all. You know, and from drones onwards to planes, helicopters, getting data coming from those places, right? So we have to make sure that we address that on the edge side. But what we initially were doing is, how do we make life easy for our officers and agents initially? So we're not trying to boil the ocean. Whatever we have currently is mostly for NLP component of these models. But as we grow, the plan is to do video. The plan is to do voice and everything else. Think about some of the translation work of immigrants coming in the United States, type of translation stuff, right? How do we build some model for that? There's an app called CVP1. You must have heard of that. It's a famous app which is used for Southwest border. Comes out from my shop. That one, you know what we do? We give out FAQs, which is a digital FAQ through an email or something like that. So I'm thinking of adding some kind of a chat within that, right? Both an internal look and external look.
And how many languages?
Pretty much. So of course, initially we had to do Spanish, Haitian Creole, and Russian. We are seeing Chinese, and it's growing. So because see the translation component is already there. We are using it, especially from Google Translate. I promise I'm not using a vendor name, but I'm using it here. We are using the Google Translate in this case. But tell you, we are seeing the benefits of giving officers information right away about it, because information is important for us, because the officer, he or she, has to decide within seconds, yay or nay, right? So because of that, it's very critical for us. We give them all the tools possible. So I'm concentrating on the document component for NLP initially, and then we'll grow other places.
So really, the two of you are it's very similar. It's rapid decision making. Give me the reference and the very specific reference that I need, and it needs to be a response to query.
Right.
So in that sense, we're really talking about a very high-end search function.
Yes. I think at its core, LLMs are a high-end search. It's a search engine, right? Especially if you connect it to the internet, right? So if you say, hey, you can go out to Wikipedia, you can go out to these sources, pull them in and enrich your response with reference sources. So basically on the fly, it's reading its own prompting, essentially, right? So it's building a catalog of what it will respond to your initial question. So some of the things I want to touch on, especially after the Lieutenant Colonel, one thing that two things I'm really watching in the tech space for this is what I would like to call model minification. So there's a lot of articles out there about most of these LLMs have basically a lot of zeros in the matrix, right? So you look at the 170 billion parameter matrix, 40% of them are zeros. Some of those zeros are very important. Some of them may not be important, but we're still spending all of this time, if you will, processing that information to get the answer.
So image compression on your LLM.
Something like that, right? So where can I eliminate features from an image standpoint, right? JPEG, right? I can use smart math to eliminate certain portions of the model that I know are not going to be activated. That way I can avoid storing the entire model. So I'm really interested in that. And then there's another thing of like a teacher-student concept where we use GPT-4 in its full glory to teach a smaller model how to be more efficient or more focused. And then the other one I'm really interested in is this concept of companies coming out and saying that we're not going to store your data. You can use our API, you pay for it, and it's just passing through as a data processing component, and we'll give you the answer. So request response, no storage, ephemeral utilization of the model. I think there's too much temptation there to let that go, right? You're either going to spend more money to prevent harvesting of data, or you're going to find out down the road that it was actually happening anyway.
And this is also where you want to make the fine tuning an iterative process, because you don't want it to be one and done. It's good at the task. What you want to do is you do want to log what those inputs were and what those outputs are. So for example, if you look at a strategy such as reinforcement learning with human feedback, keep those logs. So this way, as you're fine tuning in a continuous process, this is a good response, this is not. The other part too, in terms of saving cost, you could identify without leaving your own premise, this is a similar question, actually return that to the user. Somebody asked a similar question, this was the response, does that satisfy the answer? And you're not hitting this API that hypothetically speaking is 3 cents to ask a question, 6 cents for a response. Again, not a specific one I'm thinking of, just in general.
So if we are protecting the query, what about protecting the answer? And this is if once you train your model with your data, how do you contain and what's your level of trust for containing and protecting that that's your data? And since a lot of this data is sensitive, that leakage could be very dangerous.
So
Or certainly concerning.
Data aggregation is always a consideration and always a concern. I have 2 data sets that are, at the CUI basic level. When I put them together, now they're at the CUI specified level, or maybe they pop up into classified. That is a concern, and I don't really have an answer for that.
So there was a recent study that was released. It's an open source project. It was called Redacted GPT. And basically what it does is you provide it a data source of like potentially CUI information or PII information, and it stores it as a hash. And the hash is used basically to find whenever this is referenced in the response back from the model. So this system is meant to kind of filter out the content after the model's already produced it. So that's one way you can potentially manage the content.
Can you protect the filter? That filter is now the most valuable thing that you own, right? All your secret data is now in that filter. Don't share that with anybody. But if I get that, I've got the jewels, right?
It's why I think whenever we develop and think about developing these systems that use large language models, there needs to be a human in the loop. There needs to be a way of fact checking this. And this is no different than how we conduct business in general. When you create a new project, you have project reviewers. When you do any type of research, you have research reviewers. When you publish to a conference, you have conference reviewers. But the same exact thing, we need reviewers for these, like the content that you get generated by these large language models. It's essential.
So NASA, I won't say well-funded necessarily, because I'm sure you wouldn't agree with that, but NASA has a deep academic data purity kind of culture. I don't know that exists, and I don't mean to pick on CPB, but your officers out there, they're not data scientists, they're consumers, right? And so when you put these tools into the user's hand, that's all your customers. What's your level, because we've been talking about how do you trust the model? What's your level of trust of your people to use it responsibly?
So I tell you, this is a great question, actually. So for us, being a law enforcement agency, the largest one in the US, we are extremely sensitive what goes out, right? For obvious reasons, right? So what we have done right now within your government JFE, either mobile or your laptops or desktops, we have blocked some of these access to some of the large language module outside facing ones. Because unknowingly, let's say an officer, he or she, or an agent type something, right, which is just getting information out, which is a lot sensitive, goes out. These are all neural networks. They learn very, very fast and store it. A bad actor goes in, tries to find something, and that answer may go back to the bad actor, right? So we are very concerned about, very, very concerned about this. So as you rightly said, our agents and officers, our job is protect all of us here. That's what they do on a daily basis. So my job as a CTO, what we are looking at tools to provide them so that they don't worry about what's at the back end, what's happening from that perspective. That's why I feel one of the examples I gave earlier, getting some basic information off an NLP so that they don't have to go and click all the places within that 3 or 4 seconds they have to respond to things, to make their life easy. So that's the number one goal for us. And also protect data going out. So as I said, we're going to have these frozen models. Frozen models can go out and fetch information for us, but that's about it, because we're going to do our own analysis and or query languages or prompt engineering based on that.
So David made the comment about watching out for, somebody has to review the data, but the models that you were talking about, John, that your inspector, he doesn't get to go, the whole point of this tool is that he doesn't get to go check it with somebody else. So how are you building that kind of secondary fact checking into the model that you want to use?
Yeah, and I think that's where I'm at the watch and learn portion of this is we're seeing LLMs being improperly used, right? They are designed to elicit a response to whatever that prompt is and to make it colorful, right? It's supposed to be interesting. They're actually designed to give you an interesting response. And we're seeing people apply that, how it was made and how it's produced, in a very serious and rigid construct where you only want one response, not a colorful response. And I think hallucination is one thing, but it's what it was designed to do, right? It was designed to make things interesting and not flat and not static.
Okay, so I mean, Andy's just like ready to go. It makes me think that the government version of a large language model is going to be designed to make it not interesting. I mean, that's
I think that's the point. If you're going to apply it, you have to look at your use case, right? If you're going to apply it in a use case that is decidedly uninteresting, and you really are just eliciting information from a very large data set, you want the model to make your response uninteresting.
So just the facts.
Just the facts, citing your sources. And if I want you to be interesting, hey, can you write this report in a better way for me? I can flip that switch over to a more interesting aspect, or maybe use a different model that's designed for that purpose.
Okay, but yeah, so one is your inspection tool, the other is your after action report writing tool.
Correct. I'm a terrible writer, and maybe I just want to write turn snippets of a report into a paragraph. I want that to be more interesting.
Okay, Andy.
Can I jump in here, Tobias?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So I want to take very slight umbrage with the characterization, Commander White's characterization of LLMs as search engines. I think, and he quickly clarified and said, especially once you allow it access to the internet and it can actually search. And I think that gets muddled in what it is the LLM is doing. So it's a text generation tool. It's designed to generate text. And so in the cases where what I actually want it to do for me is generate text that I don't want to generate. So I do AI ethics. I have written paragraphs about that Amazon hiring tool that was biased against women, the ProPublica study that found that the North Point Compass tool was biased against Black people, and the Google facial recognition tool that was biased against Black people. I've written those 3 paragraphs 100 times. I don't really want to write them anymore. So I asked ChatGPT to do it. I put them in a paper, and then I cited ChatGPT. The reason I think that's a good use case for text generation is because I already know the answers. I know the dates, I know the sources, right? So it's very easy for me to validate the truth claim that GPT is making. And by the way, it doesn't know it's making a truth claim. It's just generating text, right? And that's a very different mode. That's a very different task than when I come to a large language model and say, I'm missing a piece of information about the universe, and I would like you to tell me what it is, right? So that's when you go in and ask it a question like, I don't know, what is Vladimir Putin going to do in Kyiv tomorrow, right? Well, that's a question that no one has an answer to, and it's going to be tempting in my business, in the defense business. It's going to be tempting for analysts to want to use the tool to gain insights about the world. And I'm not saying we shouldn't do that. I'm saying we should recognize that that if we're going to use these tools in that capacity, we have to build in the institutional, fact-checking layers on top of that to make sure that we're being smart about it. And so all I want to do is separate these 2 kinds of use cases: generating text that's easy to validate, and then asking hard questions that we don't know the answers to. I would like to see very different sort of institutional apparatus around those 2 different kinds of approaches.
So Joe, if you were going to do, I mean, that second part, the second one is kind of the unknown a corner of the quadrant, right? How would you draw boundaries around that? What are you imagining? Are you imagining boundaries around the use, or are you imagining boundaries around the way that you're inquiring of the data, or the way that you're employing data? I'm trying to understand where the boundaries are going to be.
Yeah, so I don't think the solution is a software solution. There might be some of that, right? I can imagine a layer, right? You could put a rules-based layer on top of the interface that says, hey, if the query looks like it's a facts-based question, I have a question about fact and I want you to provide me with a factual answer, you could build in a kind of nudging mechanism that responds and says, hey, it looks like you're looking for new information. You might want to verify this outside of the LLM tool, right? And I think that actually would be pretty effective, just to get users to second guess and say, hey, should I really trust this information? I mean, the views I'm about to express are my own and not necessarily those of the Department of the Air Force. As a person who has participated in academia and a person who works in the DoD, in academia, there's a lot of premium put on citations, right? You have got to be able to cite your sources. In the DoD, that is not how we do it, right? There are so many iterations of edits that go into a PowerPoint slide that ends up getting put in front of a decision maker. And now at this point, we're not trusting the citations, we're trusting the people that ended up, the several people in line that produced that document. And I think that's where the danger is. As those people start to lean on large language model tools to derive that information, if we're not citing sources, we are probably putting ourselves in a situation where we're going to get bad answers and not validate them. So that's a long way of saying, I think the solutions have to be structural and policy related rather than software solutions primarily.
So it's kind of people, technology, policy, it's how you're going to govern this. So if you had, each of you, maybe Andy, you want to start, if you were advising somebody on how to govern those processes and what kinds of structures have to be built, how would, what would you say if Joe was your customer right now?
Few things. First, I would say watch the financial and healthcare sectors, because when there's lives on the line and there's the most sensitive private data that we have possible, and when there's billions on the line, every thought will be put into that as possible. So the best practices are going to come out of those 2 areas. Second part too is one of the points you brought up. This is where the tech stack is still being developed. LangChain is probably the more popular version of an orchestration layer. When we do need to check to a specific source or go to, say, Wolfram Alpha, for example, to go ahead and do the mathematics, this is where we do want an agent in that chain to go ahead and decide this is going to be directed here. This one can actually go to the language model and come back. So again, too, it's tech stack still being built. We'll see this in large language model operations. One of the things I was saying backstage too was if the 2010s and the teens were everything as a service, what we've been seeing over the past 5 years is everything is an acronym with ops at the end of it. Large language model ops, this is what we're going to be talking about for the next 2-3 years. And as this tech stack emerges to resolve both the privacy issues, security issues, and best practices in terms of how to direct a query.
So do we think, or do you think that means we are going to be buying a ready-made stack, or are we going to be, is this going to be like cybersecurity and I'm going to have 27 different things and all kinds of different appliances and softwares that stack on top because I'm not really sure which one I can fully trust?
Sure. I think Wix and Squarespace, to drop 2 vendors, no association, probably the 2 best examples to look at, because when everybody was, the W in AWS was for web services. So when it was just starting out and people were jumping onto that, it was very simple. I'm going to use S3 to store my images. EC2 is going to run this. I'll have like a simple database here and I have the API gateway. These companies automated that. So you initially have the no code solution of just drag and drop, and then I have a website. There's going to be the use cases that form up around both implementing large language models for certain use cases, in addition to fine tuning. That's either going to be a low or no code solution. And I think for that, that's probably the next 3 to 6 months. It's definitely first mover advantage to solve that issue.
And go ahead.
This is exactly what we are doing right now, to Andy's point. So we have a model running as we speak. So we don't have any intent. The tech stack is still being built. I think the operating system was a good example. I go even lower than operating system. I would call it the kernel, Linux or Unix kernel, and you're building an OS kind of on top of that, which is the foundation. And then what we have done is we are taking advantage of the stack available for some of the cloud providers right now. So we are using that, and we'll keep refining as they're refining also, right? Even some of these, even 6-8 months back, these things were unknown things, right? I mean, I heard about foundation model through another large company, and they said, what the heck is foundation model? This is last September. But now, it is the talk of the town, right? The tech stack is getting developed. As long as your use cases are around, we are building some kind of governance around this. So responsible AI, what that ethical AI. And for our case, being a law enforcement, we also have to be very sensitive about being fair with whatever models we are building. As the Colonel mentioned, there's some biases. Absolutely, we are looking at that. So all those components we are building, actually, we have a committee around this already. So we are actually quite advanced. We already have a model within the LLM model, which is built and running in our proof of concept. That's exactly what we're looking at. I think the big challenge is going to be across the board is a governance around this. I think it's going to be a challenge across everybody, but I think hopefully the industry and others, other government partners here will work with them to figure out what that is.
So let's talk a little bit about the governance challenge, because I am sure that your senior leaders want to be able to say, oh yeah, we're providing these tools, and they also want to say that it's safe. And they're just, so the challenge of writing governance rules that will apply and not end up biting you in the backside later is pretty significant. David or Jonathan, you want to start, either one of you?
I think that we really need to focus to solve this problem, not agency by agency, but across federal government in general. We need to be able to pool our resources, collaborate interagency wide, because this problem is growing so quickly, and the need for policy is becoming ever so more important. And we cannot rely on like the policies in, like, for instance, the OpenAI models. These internal policies to these models that technically generate content. There was a recent study by Carnegie Mellon actually that showed you can autonomously attack these models via prompting. And they coined a term like adversarial prompting. We cannot rely on these as the community grows, as the language models grow themselves. We as an agency, we as the government need to work together to figure out what policy fits.
And I think we already have the baselines of a lot of acceptable use policy for a number of types of data that we have. It may take a little bit of tweaking and some extensibility to get to the use cases we're going to be talking about with these large language models, but I don't think we're going to be starting from ground zero. And I think the important thing is to remember this is an additive technology. This is building on top of the large data that we already have. This is building on top of the inspection, enforcement, governance processes we already have in place. And I think that we need to not say that, oh my goodness, this is brand new. We have no idea how to attack it at all. And take a breath, use some common sense, and build on what we've already got.
I mean, government interagency cooperation, even inter-DoD cooperation is not exactly a something that we've been masters at. So, and the more people who are involved, the more data owners and use cases that you have, the more complicated coming up with a common set of rules is going to be. So how do we not let that slow us down?
So we have a number of bodies already, the Chief Data Officer Council, the Chief Information Security Officer, the Chief Information Officer, the Chief Finance. We have groups that are affinity groups already for how a lot of this data will be used or could be used. They're already starting to generate some playbooks. They're already starting to generate some guidance in general. And we need to take a step back, and instead of every agency saying, well, I've got a unique and different mission, we've got to focus on where we can overlap and start looking there. So it's going to take a bit of reframing from everyone knowing what their mission is to looking for similarities across. It's going to be a stretch, but I think it's doable.
How many of you are actually using some of those foundational documents now? Almost. So I think we've got time maybe for one last round. If you could do one thing each to accelerate the process to get to good, what would that be? And what is the single thing that scares you most about that?
I mean, I would say the security component of this, the spillage we mentioned earlier, is extremely critical. I say I have a little different lens because of the law enforcement component of that. We are extremely worried about that because that's why there's a reason we have stopped the access to some of these models, right? There's a reason for that. So we are very worried about that. And I would say for us, if we can get to other thing, what we have quickly doing is we have created like an AI ops component of this. So these models, what we are building, we are putting across through the secure AI ops model. And we just put one through right now, as I mentioned, and we plan to do this over and over again. So ultimately the plan is, right, it should be no different from a SecDevOps pipeline you do for software development. I'm a software engineer by trade, my previous life. So that's what we want. So cookie cutting, secure across the board to a certain extent. I mean, even now with software, there's stuff, going on with that also, but that's exactly where our worry is.
Okay, Joe Chapa.
So at the risk of sounding repetitive, I think the security concerns are the greatest barrier to us adopting large language models at scale. I do think there are the ways around that. I've mentioned it twice already. Is to stop being distracted by whatever shiny object is out there in industry, whatever the latest, greatest, biggest model is. There are smaller models that we can use inside our secure environments that can produce capability. And I think as a large organization, my department's 600,000 people. One of the other hurdles is not a technical hurdle, but a workforce development one. The sooner people can start experimenting with these tools, the sooner they'll be able to recognize hallucinations, right? There's going to be a comfort level. It's kind of like driving a car, right? When I first started driving, every time I got a light on the dashboard, I had to go look up in the book what it meant, right? And now I know what those lights mean. And so there's going to be a learning curve where once we get the center mass kind of or critical mass over that hump, I think we're actually going to be much better off. But we can't do that until we can allow people to experiment. And right now we're really reluctant about that because of the security challenges. So to summarize, bring small models internal to our networks, get people experimenting quickly. And then if I had to give the thing that scares me, is that I know people are using these models now, but they're not doing it through our data platforms and government funded equipment. I think they're doing it on their own home computers. And as long as they're doing that without touching controlled and classified information, that's great. But I suspect that at some point there will be some spills and some leaks based on people trying to do work, government work, but on their personal devices.
So I'm a little opinionated on this, but I see AI as a tool, not a solution. All right, there's a lot of work left and right of AI. So on the left-hand side, it's about data quality, it's about security, it's about incorporating infrastructure to run what you're trying to do. On the right-hand side is what you mentioned earlier. I have end users using this thing. How do I get them in the front door? How do I protect the tool from them? Right? How do I prevent them from shooting themselves in the foot, or at least acknowledge that you can do that and be careful with what comes out of this thing, right? And I think that's where I'll leave that. As we make our journey, I see these as tools. We have to wrap them in a solution.
All right, Andy. Yep. Just really quick, I would say build the tech stack now. Build it model agnostic. You could start off with something small that you could locally host, look at the BERT family, look at some of the younger versions of GPT that were open sourced. Build the tech stack now, because the one thing that we are very uncertain of is what is going to happen in terms of regulation when lineage of the data it was trained on comes into play. Is this going to mean you have to drop your entire tech stack? We don't know. But also build it now, and then also keep an eye out for what I would call, just because I just went to Whole Foods, ethically sourced data. To where this is where everybody is given permissions. Did I plug them? I plugged them by accident. Yeah, but look for that. I think that's definitely the future. It's scripted. Yeah,
organic,
vegan data. You'll be fine.
I think we need to focus on the data. I think we need to focus on the output because, again, it's a tool. We're looking at what we can use from it, and we need to remind folks how they can responsibly use the data that we have. We don't want to stifle innovation, but we want to start with crawling. We don't want to start running because that's going to lead to those big mistakes that we hope we start making small mistakes that we can easily recover from.
Okay, David, wrap it up.
So what I'm most excited about is not the model itself, but actually the technology that runs these models, the GPUs and the systems and the computers that run these models. What people don't realize and often forget is that the theory behind this NLP, these large language models, was developed decades ago. The problem was the tech wasn't there. And now the tech is there and it's growing, and it's continuing to grow because these companies are investing billions of dollars to build these technologies and build these systems, these GPUs that are just an unprecedented power. And as that continues to grow, it's only time will tell, but it's impossible to really predict how fast these models could be and whether you could run them on your local computer at some point in the future. That's what most excites me. Now, it's also a security concern, because as these models grow more and more, as they become more advanced, like who's to say what they can't do?
I think we've had a really terrific discussion. I think a round of applause for these guys would be more than welcome. I've learned a lot. I really thank you quite a bit, because you've raised my consciousness, and I'm sure you have for everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Tobias. We're going to roll right into our next thing, and I promise we're getting lunch ready. We'll get everybody food. We haven't ever run out. We've got a little bit shorter panel. It's going to be more of a fireside chat with our good friend John Curran, who's executive editor of our friends at Meritalk.
Well, as Tom said, we're the only thing that stands between you and a nice lunch. So we'll try to provide, if not food for thought for sure. So I'm John Kern, managing editor with Meritalk. Thrilled to be here, thrilled to be in this room again, moderating for you. Learned a lot about AI this morning, listening to everybody. We have the really discrete discussion of the use of AI in cybersecurity. So a little bit different to really discuss things. Two great panelists, Karen Howard, Executive Director, Office of Online Services at the IRS, and Drew Malloy, Technical Director, Cyber Development Directorate, Defense Information Systems Agency, or DISA, as we call them. I'd like to start off with a clarifying question. For cybersecurity AI, can you explain whether we should kind of worry about the things that are said about large language model generative AI, which I read a lot about news. So you open the Washington Post maybe every second day, and there's kind of scary large language model AI stories. Can you kind of level set us between the difference between that type of AI and the more discrete uses of AI that you would use just for cybersecurity?
Karen, you were here first?
No.
Okay.
Floor is yours.
All right, so we'll start with something, a softball, I guess, not really. So really the difference as I see it, especially when we talk about large language models, from what we do at DISA, we're more concentrated on the defensive side of cyber operations, not the offensive side. The offensive side, and what you hear a lot about in cybersecurity with LLMs are folks who are more concerned with how they can be used for offensive purposes against things like, take for example, phishing, still one of our biggest threat vectors, right? Now you can craft emails that look very legit in a short amount of time that are targeted to your specific community that you are trying to go after. And that is a much lower barrier to entry, right? This is getting away from the large nation state all the way down to the script kiddie. This makes it much more accessible for you to start to get into that game. And so that becomes more problematic when it comes to large language models. For us, we aren't using the large language models as much. As you said, John, we're looking more at AI from how do we train on the corpus of data that we have that come off of the sensors that we have spread across our networks? And then how can we use actionable data to help inform how we go after threats, right? How we craft intel that then feed our analyst community to watch out for threats. And then the incident response piece, and then automation. How do we automate that incident response as much as possible? So that's really where I see it fitting. For the most part, when it comes to defensive cyber operations and the large language models, and I know in the panel before, they talked about a lot of the complexities and security concerns around sharing data that is then going to train a model that you don't have control over that data anymore. And so how do we control the actual models and the infrastructure that it is running on? That is something that we are currently very much involved with, and making sure that we secure these systems so that we don't have folks who are spilling classified information. So they train these models because ChatGPT is the latest, greatest thing, and they want them to write a script. For us, it's being able to take those large language models, build an infrastructure around it so it is secure, and then be able to help our analyst community in different interesting ways, like training data. What if you had a virtual assistant next to you for your analyst as they're coming on board, and they can just ask them questions of, hey, I'm seeing this, what does that mean? Those are the types of use cases that we're starting to go through the ideation of right now. And that's really where the difference is in what we're playing with both flavors of AI, if you will.
Karen, what's your take on kind of that both flavor question, the discrete cybersecurity uses versus the LLMs?
Yeah, so I would agree wholeheartedly with the use cases he had, but more importantly for us, obviously with the IRS, we have tons of information and tons of data and tons of of content that we, have to share with the American people. So leveraging AI is a huge plus, a huge win for us. But again, much like the panel that was up here earlier, it is really about baby steps. At the forefront of everything we do starts with security and privacy. And so when we think about, especially my office, being the Office of Online Services, as we think about the digital products, the content, the data we collect, and the data we use, and the research we use to inform design, design starts with cyber and privacy, and how can we take that offensive approach so that people that do get through that, then the defensive guys come in. But I think our first train of thought is offensively, how do we design and create models that take into account what we've learned in this journey to use AI and as a way to combat cybersecurity. I think another thing that a lot of people, they really don't really think when they think about any kind of machine learning or AI is that there are people behind this. We're not just setting bots loose and robots loose to do what they want to do. And so when you talk about governance and how you control it, I can't remember his name, one of the guys, it's about someone looking at the outcomes and determining, is that what we want to see? And also thinking proactively how cybersecurity can help protect the information that's leveraged to drive some of the design and some of the products that we launch into for our taxpayers.
Great. So narrowing in a tiny bit on the integration of AI for threat detection, incident response, and cybersecurity. Can each of you try to give us a specific example of how AI tech has outperformed whatever the traditional approach had been at identifying and mitigating threats? Go ahead.
I'll start really quickly. So I think when we talk about, leveraging AI, it's really about the data. Using the data, letting the machines learn on the data we have and looking for patterns, anomalies, behaviors that we would consider a threat, or we in combination or in aggregate can proactively predict a threat to any of the tools that we, from an online services perspective, any of the tools that we're launching. So I think the data, the underlying data and the research and tracking user behavior in aggregate and looking through the data to understand and what AI has done, it accelerated our ability to do that, right? So we don't have to put forensic data analysts, 200 in a room to find the shiny nugget of a threat that's out there, right? Machines can go in and suggest things that we should look for, and that we can hone in on those things instead of looking for the needle in the haystack that might be a threat to our digital tools.
Yeah, I think for us, it's been a shift in timing and complexity for the analyst community. Before, the big buzzword was big data. Everyone, big data, right? Big data analytics and all of that stuff, right? And how we did it was just take all your data pipes, point it to a data lake, and let everything flow, and then give the analyst tools and say, all right, have fun, go ask questions. And that really, to varying degrees, was successful, but not really much, because you didn't give them a lot of guardrails, a lot of hints, and a lot of ways that they could dig into it. So a much more junior analyst would have a much tougher time and a barrier of entry. For us, we partnered in the past couple of years with the JAIC, which is now part of the CDAO, to come up with ways that we can sit on our ingest pipeline and inject machine learning algorithms to pre-process the data beforehand. And if they see anything anomalous, if they see anything that kind of trips certain boundaries, then they can alert automatically. So we're not just taking all of that data, shoving it into a data lake, and then retroactively going back and trying to find patterns in it. We are actively on ingest of the data, looking through that data and trying to get those big rock items to say, here are the things that you need to concentrate on, or this looks anomalous, why don't you take a look? So that the burden isn't on the analysts to come up with how best to go after the threat.
Right. And if you'll permit me to deviate just a tiny bit, because it's something that you two were talking about. It sounds like you're doing a lot. It sounds like things are kind of well along with the use of AI and cyber, but is there anything, I guess my question is, like, from your perspective, how well along are you in that? Like, you're like past the beginning, right? Because you're actually doing the stuff. But as you kind of look out, see, what you'd like to do this year or next year, like, is there still more to go with the implementation of AI in the way that you both discussed it?
Absolutely. For us, if you look at maturity models, right, where are we? We're definitely not infants. We're not, in utero, if you will. I would say we're toddlers. We are, starting to walk, starting to feel out the space, starting to find ourselves, and where we fit into this space. So there's definitely a lot of room to grow. And I know everybody in this room knows, the agency, IRS, recently was provided lots of funding to do lots of things. And one of the things that's at the top of that is innovating, and the way we can innovate and move fast on the service of the taxpayer is to begin to look at, using tools like AI and ChatGPT, but we have to do it cautiously because of security reasons and privacy. So we're still very young, in my humble opinion, in this space when you compare us to maybe industry or private sector.
Right. Drew, what is your respective age? Toddlerhood, elementary school? I mean,
teenager.
No, I mean, I don't think we've developed zits yet. I think that's kind of a hard, so it's early days, right? It's kind of a hard question to answer because the ball keeps moving forward, right? The goalposts are moving farther and farther away. So you're continuing to go after that. I don't think it's kind of like cybersecurity. We're never going to be like, oh, solve that, right? So we're good. AI is kind of the same thing. It's going to progress. I think with the emergence of these large language models and what those capabilities can do, it has started to spark even more from the industry side on ways that we can solve problems effectively. So I think from my perspective, we are years behind where industry is pushing the forefront of things. And that's usually to be expected when it comes to the government. More mature capabilities come in, and then we're able to operationalize those. There are other sectors of the government, the DARPAs and InQtels and things like that really push those boundaries. But for the most part, I think it's a constant journey. I don't think that I can put an age on it because I don't think we're ever going to grow up, if you will.
right. But it sounds like the learning is almost constant.
Yep, absolutely.
As you go forward. So as AI tech becomes more prevalent in cyber, you've just kind of told a kind of a good news story you're doing in some implementations there. Tell us, if you would, about anything that's in the way of challenges for effectively deploying and managing AI-based security solutions. Any kind of obstacles there, limitations there, as you try to do real world applications?
So for us, really the biggest issue that we've run into is data, right? Data cleanliness. It's one thing to say we have a lot of data. It's another thing to say we have actionable data, right? Or we have clean data, or we have data that we can train models on, that we can trust what the output of those models are going to be, or what the action that they're telling you to do is actually truthful. So there's a gigantic effort that needs to take place within the Department of Defense and larger than the Department of Defense, I'm sure, as to how do we clean the data, pre-process the data so that it is ingestible? How do we make it to where it is tagged appropriately and we can give that head start on ingest of what the data that is coming in actually says, so that we can trust whatever model is coming on the outside, right? You have to look at the whole end-to-end chain of an AI model to know from a transparency perspective, you can screw up the data and screw up the output just as much as you could screw up the algorithm and screw up the output. So for us, data is the big issue because that's really within our domain, our control, and something that we've been putting a lot of effort into.
Right. Karen, your sort of view on the challenges out there.
Yeah, I think with any challenge or any revolution or evolution or transformation, it really is understanding the culture and the organization readiness and really being very intentional and honest about the things you'll have to do to deploy change management to bring your organization along. And then behind that, of course, would be data hygiene and data aggregation and, enterprise data platforms and usage. But I think that change management piece is where is the preamble, right? Making teams aware of where you're going and how it's going to impact them. Some people see AI and ChatGPT coming along and robotics, and they think my job's going away. Here's an opportunity to upskill talent as part of your organizational readiness, to recognize what I call distractors, influencers, those people that adopters that are going to want to get on the boat and ride it. They want the latest and greatest iPhone day 2, right? And then you have people who wait till, all the bugs have been ironed out. So recognizing where your organization is and the cultural inhibitors that you'll have to overcome, and really deploying a very strong enterprise change management and organizational readiness.
Right. And is in an organization like the IRS, pretty big outfit, is that kind of like your job, or is that like a couple of levels up in leadership to kind of tackle the big cultural thing?
The first thing people think is, oh, when an organization wants to change, leaders just tell people what to do and they do it. Well, we all know it's like your kids, right? Try telling your teenager not to do something and that's the thing they're going to want to do. I think it's top down, bottom up, and across the middle. I think it starts with in what we do, what my office does. We do bring innovation and digital products to the organization as far as how to enhance the online user experience. And sometimes, they're looking at us like we have 3 eyes, like, oh my gosh, what do we do with that? And so I come from the private sector. There's a marketing that has to happen, right? You've got to sell it. You've got to talk about the win-win, what it does. But in doing that, you've got to recognize the impact and the business process re-engineering. I think it's everybody's role to be a part of that once the organization decides that's where, but I think it's up to leadership to define the strategy and the change management process that's going to happen. I think it's very important for organizations to realize it's not just about the tool. You can get a shiny new toy, but if you don't have a business process, I love my story about some of you may have heard it, if you've heard me speak, the treadmill in June, right? Everyone, January, after they pigged out in Christmas, I want to lose 5 pounds, the summer is coming and I'm going to go get a treadmill. Well, it's a coat hanger in June because you don't have a process. You don't have a discipline, what things you're going to change to be able to, the tool won't do it for you. So I think if we realize that business processes also have to be looked at, and that's a lot of times where the hesitation comes in, because while people embrace new shiny stuff that really brings a difference to their organization, they don't want to change what they're doing. You can change what you're doing, but don't move my cheese. And so there goes the push and pull in really coming up with a strategy to bring innovation into an organization.
Great. And of course, Drew, none of that impacts you because you're in DISA and you have a 3-star at the top, and the 3-star just says do a bunch of stuff and there's no culture problem, right?
Drew moves cheese all the time.
So it's ubiquitous, right? It doesn't matter if it's a military organization, a civilian organization. It's just human nature, and you're going to have to fight like hell to change culture, and that's just how it is. It's one of those things where you can try to come in and be autocratic, and things won't get done. But like Karen was saying, it's got to be at all levels, right? And you have to really have evangelists within your organization that can help drive people towards it, because it's never going to be a top-down thing, no matter how much you want it to be, right?
Because people are still people.
People are people at the
matter
end
who
of the
they-
day.
Who they end up working
Yep.
for. So just move it on a little bit again, AI within the cyber perspective. So looking at anomaly detection, behavioral analysis. Talk a little bit, if you can, about some of the potential false positive or false negative issues that cybersecurity experts would need to consider, and how those can be minimized.
Wanna take this? Okay. So I think that there are many, right? Especially when you talk about insider threat, user activity monitoring, things like that, and how you're going about detecting if there is anomalous behavior within your organization, within your threat. It could happen externally as well. The benefit of AI is that it can process so much data to filter out the noise, because that was always the problem for us, was that our defensive cyber operators were just absolutely drowning in data. And when you raise the noise level so much, things tend to get lost, right? And so having the ability to, from a machine learning perspective, crunch over all of that data and start to filter out what those anomalies are huge. And so the false negatives and false positives, hopefully, are going back and retraining the model so that you aren't seeing this over and over again. And that's something that that we as humans aren't as good as doing from a corporate knowledge perspective of, hey, didn't we do this 2 years ago and it failed? Like, why are we doing this again? That's really the potential of AI and introducing that into our pipelines. And then internally, from an insider threat perspective, it's really kind of the same thing. It's hard for us. It's hard for us to say, okay, well, they work from 9 to 5, and if they're logging in after hours, then it's an issue. Well, you have a bunch of developers, you have a bunch of sysadmins, and they're a very interesting community if you have not worked with them, and they do not keep 9 to 5 hours. And so right there, you're starting to see a lot of noise, right? And tuning that down, turning that off. Whenever you get a corpus of data that is really vast and wide, you want to get that machine learning in there to kind of tune it properly to help alert on the actual things that you need to pay attention to.
Karen, your feelings on that kind of working with?
Yeah, I'm going to say ditto. No, but I will add one thing. There is a delicate balance between cybersecurity and user experience, right? So they're almost competing agendas, right? So you've got this team over here who wants to expose everybody's data so they can do everything. You've got this team over here. So striking that balance, you're going to come up with cyber with things that are very valid, but maybe that stand in the way of us providing taxpayers or users with the type of experience that they seek from the government or from the IRS. And so in that battle to get that balance, you do come up with false positives that say, well, one person out of 240 million did this. And so do we care? Or do we build, prophylactics in place to identify that? And do we teach the machines how to, that behavior and to hone in on it? So I think you're always going to have false positives and false negatives, as long as you have privacy and security trying to collaborate and come up with solutions for the optimal user experience. And I think being very honest and recognizing them and then sitting back and looking at them realistically and then understanding risk tolerance. Okay, if that was a false positive, was it really a positive, and how much risk is behind that? And are we okay with that level of risk? And if you know anything about the IRS, and I'm sure everybody in this room can appreciate that we're very risk averse, but in our goal to be, to improve the taxpayer experience, we're having to take put a new lens on what risk looks like and really partner with, cybersecurity, privacy, to really understand what we're exposing and how it can be used by bad actors.
Very good. One more really discrete cybersecurity question. So predictive threat analysis that uses AI, obviously very promising to be able to just kind of confront the future and do that predictive work. So anything you can say kind of safely in an open room about thoughts about methodologies, algorithms, how other organizations can make sure their predictive models are constantly updating to meet where the action is, so to speak?
Yeah. So from a predictive threat perspective, it's really hard for me to visualize that we're going to get to a point where we can predict the next 0 day before it happens, right? Or predict where, what the next big threat vector is going to be. I'm sure that we can. I'm sure that I'm not smart enough on this to know all of the ins and outs. But for me, when we talk about threat predictions, we really look to how do we close the OODA loop on what we're doing, right? And how do we get it to where we are looking at as near real-time data as we can to respond as quickly as we can to those threats. You can start to bring in other data sources, other intel feeds to tell you, hey, geopolitically, something's going on over here, or there's more likelihood of this type of thing happening, and these are the TTPs that those actors have. But for me, really, when we talk about predictive threat analysis, it's closing the flash to bang of I saw an incident and I stopped it, and or I did something proactively to stop it, so that it doesn't become a wider issue.
Right. And so the better the data, the quicker the data,
Yep.
the quicker it's incorporated then.
And the quicker the data can be analyzed, right?
Yeah.
And getting the humans out of the loop there and relying on the machines is going to make that much, much faster.
Right. Karen, you're thinking about predictive threat intelligence.
Yeah, so when I think about, how it's not easy. And I think organizations will continue to struggle with predictions. But if I take the way that we predict user behavior to design the next great thing, right? If we take that methodology or that process, and I'll speak to kind of another thing we can all relate to, right? When cameras first came out, iPhones, nobody was standing around wishing their phone had a camera. Right? No one. But how did Apple predict that people would really want a camera? Now look at what we can do with cameras in our phones, right? QR codes. And I don't even think social media would be a thing without it. So if you think about that methodology, the anomalies that you see in behaviors and cue in socioeconomic factors and events, that gets you closer to trying to understand what people might want, or in the case of UX want, but in the case of cyber do. So I think you take those anomalies, and while you don't use them to drive bold decisions, you don't discard them either. If one person is doing it, why are they doing it? So putting some work into anomalies to try to understand what's driving that behavior, and could they just be presenting early behavior that could impact down that you could predict that would impact down the line. So, you know, in talking to, as we get into UX design and all those things, we do pay attention to try to find those predictions. And I think the same methodology can be applied to some extent in the cyber world.
Right. So we have about 8 minutes left. If there's anyone that has a great question that they want to ask, please put up a hand. While that may come in, let me just ask one more about everything you've talked about. It sounds like both of the agencies have a ton going on with AI in the cyber context. One little sort of avenue that I would like to ask about is, are the agencies, or to what extent are the agencies kind of home growing the ideas and the technologies and then kind of going out to industry and going, you know, I'd like to do these things? Or to what extent is industry out there, you know, learning about you and what you do and imagining what you want to do and bringing technologies into you? Like, what's the kind of homegrown store-bought split?
I would say around AI, it's and most emerging technologies, this holds true, is that you will see a larger amount of government solutions in the beginning, and then we transition to commercial solutions and being able to buy or acquire when we want to talk about going at enterprise scale, right? And having a complete end-to-end system that is fully supportable, that has the training and everything like that we can start to scale out to DoD levels. In the beginning, it's always, hey, I've got this good idea. Let's figure something out. Let's stick something together and see what happens. And then it kind of grows from there. But at some point in the maturity of your program, you have to take a hard look at, hey, industry is already caught up and has passed us. Let's start to look at how we acquire these systems, and we don't waste all of our time trying to do the care and feeding and operations and maintenance of software or a hardware sensor.
Karen, what's your sense?
No, I 100% agree. I think, you know, we first start with the homegrown solution, build a most viable product, get feedback, iterate on it, get our learnings, and then pursue a provider in industry that would match our requirements and also bring in that innovation.
Okay. Do we have a question?
Yeah.
Go.
One right here. Karen, this is Ramu Sinkra from Allen AI.
Hi.
Can you share your experience, or at least your vision of how the user experience for the online properties you're building will change in the next coming years? Similar to the analogy like the phone you did, right? Phone and camera.
Yeah. So for those of you who may not be aware, so the IRS released our strategic operating plan for the Inflation Reduction Act, and we've got a lot to do. In order to be able to do that, then we've got to be able to look at what our users do want and use those methodologies to decide what do they not know. And that's what my team does, right? We look at what we're doing today. I can't share things that we are begging for, asking for. I don't want to, you know, the secret sauce. But we are really looking at really transforming how the taxpayers experience with us through I would say through like experiences that they're used to from Amazon, Bank of America, some of the top, you know, commerce experience, but also beyond that, because tax compliance, I believe the biggest way to enforce compliance is to make it easy for people to pay, right? Can I get an amen? If you make it easy for me to pay, I will pay you, but don't make it hard for me to pay, or I'll try to keep my money. And so that's the first step. And in doing that, what does easy look like, right? How easy can we make it with top of mind security and privacy? So there are a lot of things, you will see a lot of things coming out, and a huge piece of it this upcoming tax paying season. So love to get your feedback, you know, reach out to me and tell me, oh, that sucks, or we really like that. We are always open to research feedback.
Question over here.
Good afternoon, Andre Jimenez with Nuclear Regulatory Commission. We heard a lot today about data cleanliness, data hygiene, a lot of focus on data. I'm kind of in agreement with Lieutenant Colonel from previously in regards to getting those models into agencies, allowing people to begin to use them. What is your guys' stance on, should we have those models put into the environments, start to use them, get familiar with them? We are going to find that there is data that is not clean, and we are going to have to address that. But if we continue to wait to put data and test it out, the end zones are just, like you said, they're completely moving. We're never going to get to that point. So what is your guys' stance on that? Should we have these models brought into the agencies, into the environments, have people start using them, and identify where we need to make changes? And actually, I had another question, I apologize, in regards to this, how do implementation guides look for something for this technology?
A little bit like the chicken and the egg.
Yeah. So right now, the STIGs have not been written for this, right? And as you know, STIGs are very in-depth and very involved, but it's usually on a mature technology, and it's usually partnered with a vendor or whatever community has been developing that. So right now, other than from our risk executive, the policy has been, don't use these, right? Because we don't have any, like you said, in-house where we control it. It's you know, it has an ATO, like it's secure, and we know that it's secure, and we know that we aren't leaking data out to the broader audience, especially when it comes to some of our classified data. So that's one, right? The STIGs aren't there. I anticipate that this is going to be something that the STIG team is definitely going to be concentrating on moving forward. But from my perspective, I wholeheartedly agree. I think that we need to bring these models, you know, inside. I don't think we're ever going to get comfortable enough to a spot where we can say, yeah, let's just give our data out and see what happens. That you know, the Department of Defense, we're not big on taking those risks. So I think we need to bring them in-house where we can control them and start to really play around with them, find the left and right bounds, and train them on our data specifically, so that we can start to get some of that trust that's needed in you know, in this whole end-to-end life cycle. It's hard to say, well, this is a black box, and whatever comes out, just trust me, it's fine. There needs to be a lot of visibility throughout the entire chain of custody, from the data itself, how it's being cleaned, right? How it's being pre-processed, what algorithms are being used, and then to the answer, for people to start to get comfortable with, okay, I'm going to rely on this answer. Because if any of that is broken, and the answer at the end starts giving bad information, then you're going to start losing the trust, and then you're going to start losing the value of having that within your environment. So that's really kind of the next step that I see, is bringing those internal, and then figuring out how we secure these systems and make sure we know what we're getting.
Tom, we probably have one more.
Yeah, one more question. No pressure, Scott.
Scott Tousley with IT Cadre. There's a lot of stuff here today clearly about large language models and data and all these things, but there's other things out there that are also significant and major drivers and change. I'm thinking the guidance from a year and a half ago to start doing a lot of things around zero trust security. Do you think we'll be able to bring these different major things together, or do you see a lot of risk in trying to, or falling short in synchronizing, pulling major things together when they're running in different or somewhat different directions?
Great question.
Yeah, I'll take a stab at that and then pass the mic. I think that if we don't bring them together, we're going to have problems. You know, anytime, I mean, they're so interdependent. And so when you talk about zero trust, but then you talk about using, you know, bots to provide content based on data, you can't have one and not the other, and not have them collaborate. So is that happening today? Not at a level that it should, but I think that's why it's important to move slow. You know, we talk about all of these things like they're toys, but this is what I call serious business. And I don't know, somebody can probably remind me who the singer was who sung that song, Fools Rush In. Who knows that singer? Anyway, you know, when we do that, when we rush in and we don't take the time to understand upstream, downstream impact and what's going on over here and how it affects that, then we do end up, you know, landing flat-footed and having, and it takes a lot to get public trust back. I mean, you know, no one knows that better than the agency, right?
Yeah, I don't know who the singer is, just
Oh, you
saying.
don't know it?
So I think.
Was it Bing Crosby? Anyone know? Somebody will Google it later.
Yeah. So if you look at, so the DoD CIO has put out a zero trust strategy. There are a lot of activities that are aligned with that. And if you look through those, AI is kind of laced into a number of them. So I think that it's definitely part of the way forward when it comes to zero trust. You know, for us, the biggest thing that we're focusing on is when you talk about things like access control, how can we feed data from, say, insider threat, user activity monitoring? How can we feed that back into models that say, all right, turn this guy's access on or off, right? It's a little bit lower threat for us, right? The worst thing that can happen is minor inconvenience, and then we have to turn an account back on. But those are the baby steps that we're going to look at starting to take when it comes to migrating towards zero trust. Is how do we take the data that we're collecting off our sensors and our endpoints now and feed that back into the continuous validation of users and devices, and if they're allowed to access certain systems or pieces of data.
So Drew and Karen, we could talk all day. We could talk through lunch and not let
Okay.
anybody eat. But in the interest of letting that happen, how about one final 30-second thought for the folks in this room who will walk out at some point this afternoon, having heard a lot? What should they remember from what you're saying? What's the one important thing to walk out with?
I can go? All right. Cool. I'll tap dance a little for you. So from my perspective, and really the target that's immediately in front of me is the data piece, right? We can do all of the interesting things on the machine learning side of things, but for me, within the Department of Defense and having been involved with the IT side of the community for so long, we really don't have a good handle. We don't have a good enough handle on our data in order to make best use of a lot of the downstream effects that AI can give you. So for us, those are things that are within our control and we can start work on those now, is something that I think that we need to concentrate on as a department.
Good takeaway thought. Karen, you're going to get the last word
Goodness.
to take home.
I would probably say the best defense is a good offense. And the best offense is an impeccable experience. So if you focus on, you know, bad actors, criminals, they don't like when they're serviced, right? They look for the loopholes in service so that they can find lax policy, lax processes. So if you start with the experience and then back that back to try to understand now where will criminals find the gap in the experience to get into your data, to do bad things. And I think that's an offensive approach.
Great. Folks, can we get a hand? Thanks a lot.
Thank you, John. That was a really good panel. The best defense is good offense. I like that. Putting it in football terms, I always like those kind of analogies. Lunch is served through these doors. You have time. You don't have to run up there. We're not going to run out. Well, we haven't run out yet. So you can have a conversation and gradually make your way out there. There's no hurry, but we'll see everybody here in about an hour. Thank you. All right. Did everybody get enough to eat? I do have to correct an earlier mistake. After you ate all the cookies, they are not carb-free, nor are they fat-free. So that was bad information for me. So I got that corrected at least. And if anybody needs, I I think we're serving for another 10 minutes if you want to grab a cookie or get some food or seconds or whatever. Or you were talking too much and didn't get time for lunch. But we have, hang on, let me get my glasses on. We are going to kick things off. We're starting off with a rocket ship, and we're going to start off with NASA. Dr. Omar Hatlema, and of course I had it right, and I messed it up. Hatemla, who's Chief Advisor, Artificial Intelligence and Innovation at the Goddard Space Flight Center at the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Great way to kick things off. I am watching the Netflix special about the new telescope. It's fantastic. Highly recommend it. Thank you. Maybe a round of applause. I know we just.
Had the chance to enjoy the nice lunch here. Today, I'm going to give a little bit different talk. I'm not going to talk specifically about missions, how we are applying artificial intelligence. I'm going to give more of philosophical kind of big questions and things to think about. What is the impact of artificial intelligence on everything we're doing and every single aspect of our lives, essentially. You know, can you believe how much progress and change has happened in the domain of artificial intelligence just since the release of ChatGPT in November? You know, that's Google invented the transformer models in 2017, but eventually with the introduction of ChatGPT, I think it started almost a race in the artificial intelligence domain. That not a lot of companies were working in the background and a lot of these products, and suddenly they're introducing it. And sometimes you worry about how fast are they introducing that? Are they making sure all the guardrail are in place to be able before they release it to the public and so on. But these models are continuing to evolve, becoming multimodal, becoming much more complex and capable. And the interesting thing about them is now anybody with that coding experience can leverage and use these artificial intelligence tools, which are making very big impacts. But then the true power will come once we advance these and we introduce quantum computers and we merge these two together. I think that's where the powerhouse will start coming into place. We always have to balance the challenges, the risks, the advantages. I was even reading some research papers about potentially these AI tools could create new religions, new sects, new things. So it's a big field that we can start exploring and seeing how it's going to be evolving. So with the emergence of the Industrial Revolution early on, people thought that the majority of the jobs will be displaced. And then it turned out not to be the case. In fact, it ended up creating more jobs. Every technology typically enables new jobs, creates better economies, but there is a delta that displaces some. So the challenge now with the artificial intelligence is for the first time, we're not only competing with manual labor, we're competing with intellect. So if we're talking about doctors, lawyers, engineers, accountants, every single one of these jobs potentially be impacted. So today, where we are at, there is none of these systems will be able to replace a human. In fact, humans using AI are the ones who are going to be able to get an advantage compared to people not using these tools. In the future, once we reach general artificial intelligence and super artificial intelligence, now the story will be different. I struggle sometimes to think about jobs that could not be replaced in the next maybe 20, 25 years when we reach much more advanced stages of artificial intelligence. And everything we're seeing right now is still at the baby stages. You know, people are still kind of pessimistic, saying, you know, look at AI, cannot do this, cannot do that, but just look at it as a small infant. Just wait until this infant grows up, and then you'll see the immense capability we'll be able to have in our hands. A lot of things all of us are working on, obviously. We need to make sure we have ethical frameworks. Everything has to be fair, transparent, accountable, safe, secure, preserves our democracies, our human rights, and so on. So it's really essential that everything that we're working on embraces these guidelines. And it's always a balance between regulations and innovation. Too much regulations will stifle the innovation, and then not having enough regulation, becomes the Wild West. So we've been regulating a lot of things throughout history, but this is going to be very different. Something that's affecting humanity on a whole different scale, and it's evolving at a fast pace that hasn't been seen before. So we need to think about how do you regulate this in a whole different context. Sometimes we think about maybe we should have from the beginning a sandbox where we bring ethicists, programmers, computer scientists, philosophers, regulators, all of them engaged at the same time from the beginning. So when the time this product is ready, it's already gone through all the hoops and all the cycling of things. So just robotics by itself also becoming much more advanced. And that just, we call them dumb robotics without artificial intelligence. It's estimated to have about 50 million jobs displaced. Now imagine when we start having smart robotics with artificial intelligence, and then we have the element of something called collective learning. So in collective learning, whatever, for example, we have 1 million driverless cars in the street, whatever one car learns, the 1 million cars will learn it instantaneously. Obviously, that's a big advantage that will take it a step function compared to our humans and how we think. So it's going to be a very different landscape once we start infusing the collective learning, the advanced artificial intelligence into advanced robotics. It's going to be something to pay attention to. But also the fundamentals of robotics. We talked about the Asimov laws, and essentially it says that a robot could not harm or injure a human. But if eventually these humanoid robots will become so capable and they'll become surgeons. So for example, a surgeon is putting an incision on a human. Well, the definition of that is hurting a human, even though if it's for the better good for treating the human. But there's a lot of laws and regulation we need to actually look into. What about in law enforcement, for example? If we have a robot and somebody's trying to go to a bank and steal a bank, and they have to do something. So what is these laws? Do we need to change them? How do we look into them? And then robots' rights. I mean, it seems like a silly question. Right now, we've seen, for example, some of the parodies that Boston Dynamics do, and they have a robot and people are treating it bad. And a lot of people are feeling really bad for that. And that's just, it's obvious, a bunch of frauds and bolts. So imagine when the humanoid robot becomes like this. It has a personality. It actually talks to you and it understands your personality and can be very compatible with you. That's not a simple question as it seems right now. I think that whole premise needs to be looked at very carefully. But also, what is the impact of artificial intelligence on the human longevity and the population of the Earth? So according to the UN, we estimate about 10 billion people by 2050. But that doesn't take into consideration a lot of these tenets that I referred to here. So for example, for the first time, we're understanding what causes humans to age. So it's actually, aging has been classified as a disease. That means it potentially could be treated. So we're understanding the 9 hallmarks of aging, whether it's epigenetic noise, the telomere shortening, senescent cells, and so on. And AI is trying to find trends to help understand what's causing aging and find some components that actually could be infused by people to extend the life of people. AI also is creating new classes of medicine, is creating antibiotics, for example, that are not resistant to bacteria in a fraction of the time. Look at protein folding, AlphaFold. For example, if you just look at one protein, understanding the structure, it takes a PhD student about 4 years. AlphaFold was able to do 200 million proteins in a fraction of the time. And we'll be able to have a digital model of every human with artificial intelligence and being able to give you personalized medication, just specifically 100% tailored for you. And then the next phase will be predictive analytics, where I'm going to be able to tell you that you're going to have a disease months before you even have a disease. So look at the evolution of how everything is moving forward. 3D printed organs and the nanobots, all that stuff will be enabled with artificial intelligence. Collectively, it will enhance and increase the average lifespan of humans substantially. I'm talking about an average lifespan in the next 20, 25 years probably will be easily over 100. So if people are going to start living longer, then what is that impact on the economy? What is the impact on the retirement systems? I think the economic models we have today, they're not sustainable according to what we're seeing coming. Some people talk about universal basic income. I don't think that could be the actual solution. We need to think at a big picture. What is the future evolutions of the economic models we have, whether we're talking about retirement, salaries and so on, because people are going to live longer. The more advanced artificial intelligence is going to be able to take more and more of the functions of the humans. So what does that look like in the future? But also the state of society, the fabric of society itself is also being impacted. Before all this technology, people used to talk to each other just face to face, and now the younger generations, they spend more time talking to each other by social media or texting. But then the further evolution from that is once we start talking to an artificial intelligence entity. So imagine having your personal system that has capability of billions of people. It knows absolutely everything about you, way more than you know about yourself. 100% compatible with your personality. It's going to be different to find something outside of that domain and then extrapolate in the future once that system becomes embedded into a humanoid robot. And we see big impacts to society as well. But what about humans? I mean, humans' evolution is also going to be a challenge. Look, we're hinged all the time in our desk, working on computers. We're always grabbing our thumbs, our smart devices, our vision. But also, we're talking about our intellect. So there've been studies actually that says that people over a certain age that stop driving, their cognitive ability went down substantially. So now with the evolution of artificial intelligence, a lot of these decisions will be made for us. We won't be able to drive. We won't need to drive because we'll have driverless cars. So in the long term, how is that going to be impacting the human intellect, the human brain? How are we going to be evolving as a species? I think these are kind of interesting questions that we need to explore. But also academic institution, the degrees, we're graduating people that they're not ready for the workforce. The technology is changing so fast that the curriculum are not keeping up with it. So we're graduating people that are not trained, they're not capable of going to work. So actually, industry, we've had a lot of discussions with people in Silicon Valley. They prefer to hire people with the skills as opposed to people with a degree. And that's shifting completely. What is the premise of the education, right? And that's something we need to explore as well. But also the lines are blurring between industries. Before, technology that was intended for a medical field used to be only for the medical. Now it's transversally. So we can, for example, 3D printers, we can use them for rocket motors, we can use them for jet engines, for producing clothing, for medical applications, to produce food. So there's a lot of advantages for us. Obviously, we cannot go to space without having capabilities to produce things in situ. So the cool thing about transversal technologies is everybody across technology, the industries can work actually together to enhance the state of the art and make much more progress with that stuff. But let's talk about humans. So we evolved to think in linear fashion. Things change really, really slow. We were farmers, we were hunters. There was none of this exponential thinking and changes which we're having. So the challenge is everything now is going exponentially in our life. And still, we have evolved to think linearly. So how do we bridge the gap? How do we enable ourselves to cross the gap from a linear thinking to embrace orthogonal thinking, creative thinking, all that stuff to be able to keep us relevant? That is the only thing that's going to keep us relevant moving forward. I mean, we're going to be advancing at such a fast pace. And the more exponential thinking we can have, the longer we'll be relevant in the face of all these kind of things. And then obviously the skills that we have and everything that made us successful is not necessarily what's going to make us successful in the future. We continuously need to be adapting and changing everything we're doing. And then strategizing about the future, putting our strategy with the incredible fast evolution of everything else. We should not limit ourselves with the limitations of today when we're strategizing about the future. You should take yourself, see how everything is evolving, and then take a different perspective or view into putting a strategy in the future. That's going to make a big difference. Working with startups, I think there's no point in reinventing the wheel. Sometimes most of the solutions already exist. It's just, they're not known because it could be a small company or small startup. So it's really good to build bridges as well. We need to be visionaries and connect the dots in a very different context. I think that's going to be giving us an advantage. But another thing also, it's really, really important is getting out of the groupthink mentality. I can sit down with 30 engineers in a room and tackle a problem. Believe me, the solutions are going to be very, very close. Now, diversify this team as much as possible. The ideas will be incredibly different. And this is just a quick example. It's a bicycle company, electric bicycle company in the Netherlands. And they were almost going out of business because in shipping, most of these bikes were getting damaged. So obviously, as engineers, we started thinking, okay, let's make this section bigger. Let's change the plastic to metal. This is what engineers do, right? This is what we think. But then a person that was non-technical said, well, why bother with this? Just in the box, let's print a copy of or a picture of a TV. So people will think that in shipping, they're shipping TVs, they'll pay more attention. That little thing that cost them maybe 5-10 cents solved completely the problem. And that tells you the power of thinking differently in everything that we're coming. And things will become much more complex, problems will become much more complex. We need to break completely from the groupthink and embark on these kind of things. This is another topic I've been working on and doing a lot of research called acceptation. So acceptation essentially is a biological term, and this biological term tells you that something was created or invented for a function, and then it was co-opted for a whole different thing. And the basic premise here is the feathers on the birds. So the feathers were never intended for flying. They were biologically evolved for thermal regulation. And we actually, the birds eventually used them and evolved, became flying. So the concept of acceptation is something that we can enable us to create billions of dollars in value from existing resources, but have a complete different look and apply them in a different capacity. The main thing is here is being proactive. If you're reactive, you no longer have a place. You're going to be completely displaced and you're going to be out of business. So always have the proactive mentality, looking forward, having a foresight into what's happening in the future. And a lot of people ask me, well, what degrees should we study? How is everything changing? And it's becoming to a point where it's not about a degree. We need to learn how to think. We need to learn how to learn. We need to embrace ourselves to completely be creative, think out of the box. And these are the skills, like as I said, will keep us longer. The environment is essential. It's extremely important what environment we add. We need to develop an environment in which people are allowed to create, bring ideas and take risks without being afraid. And this is something I was watching on Netflix, and they asked the gentleman, supposedly he creates the best soy sauce in the world. And they said, well, how come you create the best soy sauce in the world? What's your secret? I said, I don't have any secrets. Actually, I don't do anything. The microorganisms do everything. I just provide the right environment. I was saying, isn't that exactly what we need to do? We need to create the right environment, and then our workforce, our people will create amazing things once that environment is in place. So when astronauts go to space, they don't see borders, they don't see countries, they just see a beautiful planet. And they actually, this is called the overview effect. And people come back actually with almost religious transformation. They see the earth and the world in a whole different capacity. And isn't that the same thing that we need to do? Get out of the comfort zone, look at what's happening geopolitically, what's happening technologically, economically, outside different sectors, and then come back, you'll have a whole different perspective on every single thing. So when we talk about the future, sometimes we refer to it as if it was a singular entity. Future is actually multiple futures, and depending which future we end up taking, it will depend on each and every single one of us here. So imagine if we can put our collective intellect to solve some of the world's most challenging problems. I think the possibilities will be endless. Thank you very much.
That got us thinking. I just have one question for you. Europe is about 10 years ahead of us in age. So we, in US and China are actually the same age. What do you think long-term, the robots and getting that manual help as we age is a planet, really?
No, so it goes actually to the fact of a lot of factors that affects aging is basically the way we eat, the genetics, the environment, the stress. So there's a lot of factors. What we're trying to do is make the fields plain with this technology, making sure, understanding why people are living longer and why not on the fundamental cellular level. And by doing that, you'll be able to make it different. But, if people start living longer, for example, then the whole care will be different, right? So, for example, what is the role of humanoid robots? For example, in Japan, they have one of the longest longevity ages in the world, and they're looking into having compassionate robots. Not only robots that are having robots that have compassion, that have mimicking, at least having feelings, having an empathy. So the more we advance, I think the more advances we're going to get in that field, and it's going to be able to help people. Driverless cars, for example. I mean, if after you reach certain age, you cannot drive anymore. So this will solve the problem. So almost all these technologies we're developing, they'll be helpful in people living longer and being able to depend on themselves and the technology that they own, compared to having to depend on a different human to be able to make their lives easier.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, for our next panel, I got to grab my notes. I forgot them. Next, we're going to go with Maria Curie, a tech policy reporter for Axios. I definitely read her stuff. She covers a lot of the tech policy. Some of it's behind a paywall, some of it isn't, but I really like Axios and I subscribe to it to get some really cool perspectives. And she'll be moderating our next panel. If everybody can come on up.
However you'd like. Whichever one. Yeah. Can everyone hear me? Great. All right, well, thank you so much for being here. My name is Maria Curie. I cover tech policy for Axios. I'm really excited to be with you today. We're going to be discussing how government agencies are applying artificial intelligence to achieve their various missions from healthcare to defense. We have an awesome panel. And I don't think we're sitting in order, but that's okay. So to the right of me, we have Alex Lugo. He's the head of AI integration and the chief digital and artificial intelligence office at the U.S. Department of State. Defense. Then we have Dr. Ola Olud Afolabi. She is AI PM and visionary at the Department of Commerce's AI Center of Excellence. We have Stephanie Wilson, who is contracting and agreements officer at the U.S. Army, and I think she's with us virtually. We have Andre Mendez, who is the chief information officer at the U.S. Department of Commerce. And we have Landon Van Dyke, who is the chief technology officer in the Office of Management Strategy and Solutions and the Undersecretary for Management at the U.S. Department of State. So to get started, we can talk about how the federal government is currently leveraging AI to enhance efficiency and improve public services in various mission areas. So X, if you want to get us started here.
See, I like the other order better, where I was the last one. So how's the federal government currently leveraging AI to enhance efficiency and improve public services? So there's, I'll be short so that I can cheat and have them answer the question better than me. So it depends on which AI you're talking about. So from my perspective, in the CDAO, our focus is really about getting the data right. And then after that, we go into AI. We go into whether it is narrow AI, generative AI, or autonomy. Those are the three areas that we're really focusing on from the DoD perspective. How do we leverage it? It's all about human-machine teaming and trying to see how we can get the technology to help us with an old term, which was the OODA loop, or basically the quick decision-making and to get ahead of other people's making decisions. So in our case, it's very much about the competition piece, right? And a little bit of conflict. So that's how it helps. But also in the administrative and business areas, right? So the more we can leverage the technology in a responsible way and that it can safeguard our data, but increase both speed and accuracy on what we do, then that was a very generic, very political answer. I will let them go more specific.
Ola, how about you?
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. I am so glad to be on this panel, especially with my CIO. So thank you so much. How do we leverage AI in our Department of Commerce? First of all, we need to understand that before the AI hype, Commerce has been using AI for well, a long time ago. So I would say the AI hype started around 2017. Before that, we've used this in, NOAA has used it in weather. They've predicted weather using AI. The US Patent and Trademark Office has used it. NIST has used it. Any census. I mean, we have the data to not only using it to predict or to solve our problems at Commerce, but we have used it in predicting things like severe weather, like wind, hail, tornadoes, machine learning classifier to generate pixel or solar futures. We've done logistic regression you know, so we've done also industry coder. So we at Commerce, we've been doing this for a long time. How do we leverage this? We in operations, we have used all sorts of machine learning tools, techniques. The one thing that I always also want us to know is because Commerce has been using that. So when the executive order is here, when we got the executive order, we just, just went ahead and just kept what I would say, stay ahead. And that's what we are doing to leverage AI at Commerce. Now, on the political landscape, I'm going to give it to my boss.
Andre, do you have anything to add for Commerce?
So here's the beautiful thing about having two people from Commerce on the same panel. She already told you about all the examples that we use. I could go into detail about, weather prediction in terms of creating basically, a twin of the globe and its weather patterns. And then look how, we compare previous history with the current observations that we see, for example, from a fast moving storm in the Midwest or a hurricane barreling through the Caribbean. And then look at the predictive analytics of what we expect it to do based on temperatures and wind shear and wind speeds and so on and so forth, where the high pressure volumes are, where the low pressure or what the barometric pressure is and so on and so forth, and then predict the trajectory based on that. So that has been going on for a long time, as Ola mentioned. And of course, with the U.S. Patent and Trade Office, every single examiner has to go through an enormous amount of work in terms of finding out if intellectual property is indeed new, if it's derivative, and how it came to be, and whether or not it deserves a patent, for example, or whether it is close enough to an existing intellectual property ownership so that it doesn't deserve so. So, I mean, those are the ways in which we are using it already. And I could go on about, the census, BIS, ITA, and of course, NIST providing the guidance. It's one of the most important functions within Commerce is the fact that the National Institute of Standards and Technology, regardless of what the discipline is really providing the guardrails, the direction, and sort of the philosophical principles for all of these advancements to then take place and fill their way into society. Frankly, I would much rather be talking about what Dr. Talambe was talking before, because we could get into some very interesting stuff with genetic technology and CRISPR and the creation of the perfect human being with all the perfect conditions and all of that. That would be so much more fun. But here we are. We are using AI in a very, very fast adoption process. And now we're really trying to figure out how generative AI is going to fill into that with all of the appropriate guardrails, because as you know, the potential for good is fantastic and the potential for evil is just as fantastic. And so we need to make sure that we do it appropriately. We don't compromise any of our principles, our image, our respectability, and our integrity by doing so.
Here. State Department, for many of you, you probably are aware, we have embassies around the world. We're in about 274 cities around the world overseas. We have a workforce of well over 110,000 people. A lot of our services are to service you, the American people. And so when you're trying to either get a visa or a passport, we're looking for ways to speed that process up. So for AI, in the last couple of years, we've been working with AI and machine learning to identify the likelihood that certain applications would be fraudulent, or if individuals would likely not be the person that's in front of us when we're actually doing the adjudications. So, we're looking at that. We are obviously looking at our operations. We have well over 25,000 buildings around the world that we operate. A good portion of them are residential buildings, but about 3,000 are large, complex office buildings. And so we have building automation systems that run the air handlers, the elevators, the HVAC units, everything overseas. And it is way expensive for us to send employees and engineers from America out to those posts. And so through our IoT network and through edge computing, we've started essentially understanding how these large complex buildings operate through machine learning. And then we use AI to understand how to tweak it and make it more efficient. And then we take a module of the AI and stick it on the ground so that the modular edge computer can do a lot of the activities that the AI complex model could actually make you do if you wanted to have an internet connection all the time, which in many of the places around the world, we don't have constant internet connection. So we use a lot of edge computing with modular AI in it. One of the more fascinating things I find in recent years, we're using AI, we're using natural language processing, is to read through all of the data that we have, whether that's emails, reports, and understand what the level of risk is of those documents if they were for some reason made public, right? So we do obviously have a lot of sensitive but unclassified material. Sometimes it's material like, hey, we have a negotiated red line that the president wants to say it's right here. And we don't want people to know what that red line is until the negotiations are done, in which case it really doesn't matter. And so we recognize that the value of data can change over time. And so understanding the nature of the risk of the data set that you have in your servers, emails, helps us understand how much security we need to put around that particular piece of data for a time frame. And then we're constantly looking to ways to revisit and say, you know what? Those negotiations were done 3 weeks ago. We could release a lot of the security around it, and we can move our resources to another area in our servers, which we do need to understand who is accessing this information. So using AI, we're able to basically do a risk analysis of our data. We're doing cluster analysis with natural language processing and sentiment value and all that stuff. And we're coming up with different ways to look at our data, different lenses, national security, foreign policy, and just embarrassing stuff. And we want to understand what its value is so that we can protect it better. And I think we're going to continue to do work like that as AI continues to grow in its capability.
Right. Stephanie, how is the Army leveraging artificial intelligence?
So actually, I support the CDAO, even though I do work for the Army. So we are attempting to bring down what the CDAO is doing at the DoD level for military utilization. Congress basically formed the CDAO to accelerate AI to the DoD and of course its service branches. Anytime that you speak to anyone within the service branches, you know automatically that they're siloed within their particular service. So for example, Army really only talks to Army and doesn't really pay much attention to what Navy does. And Navy does the same thing for Air Force and so on and so forth. So one of the things that we're attempting to do is use AI to break down those silos. How do we begin to start to have a more unified military edge where we can share those lessons learned? And just even the creation of CDAO itself is a Herculean effort because their job is really to accelerate the AI into the DoD full stop. So how do you go about doing that? And so we really are trying to use generative AI, natural language processing, large language models to try and find solutions that are DoD problems, maybe not necessarily Army problems or Air Force problems or Navy problems, but think about things like a bidirectional cross-domain solution. How do you ingest data through fabrics or echelons in a way that makes it transport agnostic, but then also makes it so that the ingest time is much quicker than what is out there right now? The thing about us, anybody on the contracting side, because that's obviously my livelihood, is how do we use AI to make our jobs easy? I can sit here and talk for hours and hours and hours about how do we push AI out to the tactical edge, get it out to the war fighters. Well, there's kind of something in between that, and that's the people procuring what is needed for those particular operators. So how do we use AI to get that into a much speedier manner? Because I'm sure everybody has their own horror stories about working with contracting. and sometimes it taking a little bit longer than it should. So that's really what we're utilizing AI for. Again, we're looking at the DoD level and then also what can be accelerated down to the service branch level. But really it's a large effort and we're kind of tackling all of it at the same time.
So could you expand on how autonomous systems are being enabled by AI for federal missions in each one of your departments? Landon, we can start with you this time.
Yeah, the edge computing, as I was mentioning, obviously we recognized in the environment we're in, we're not always going to have constant internet. We're not always going to have power. So for us, we want to make sure that our operations are going to be able to maintain themselves without having to check in with the cloud, the large AI all the time. And so understanding how to modularize that AI and basically shrink its function so that the edge device can do it is pretty much how we're managing that. We're also looking at the similar things for predicting our fleet management. You know, we're doing vehicle telematics right now where we can understand essentially how safe our drivers are driving. We're like Flow in Progressive, right? We can understand how safe our drivers are driving. We can lower their interest rates or insurance rates. We understand what type of vehicles are in what terrain. So in many cases, we used to just send like a standard, Suburban out to any particular place in the field. And we recognize that those type of vehicles were probably not the best vehicles to have in that location. If you're in Belgium, that's probably not the best place, or Vienna, small roads, and understanding the wear and tear on the vehicles as well. And so being able to take all this information and make predictive analytics on how well we're going to perform going forward with these type of vehicles has been essential for keeping our operation costs down as well. So taking it to the edge, we're constantly doing that. We're actually helping NIST out along with NASA on our air monitoring program, where we have air monitors on the U.S. embassies, where we're then sharing that data back to like NASA so that they can calibrate with their satellite servers, satellite data, and with NIST as well. So we're out there doing stuff.
Yep. So we're doing some at this point. I'll tell you that it's preliminary. It's nascent. We have a lot of deployed fleets like ships that are roaming the ocean, especially in the Arctic and Antarctic regions. We have ocean buoys that are in place and that look at deviations in wave patterns in order to warn about tsunamis. We have satellites above the poles that are constantly looking at the situation, and even solar weather satellites that are literally hundreds of millions of kilometers away from Earth that are collecting data and relaying data about solar weather. Of course, the lifespan of these systems is long, right? Because they are deployed remotely and they are expensive to both design and then deploy. And so we are looking at the evaluation of using that type of autonomous systems in the next generation that we're going to be deploying as the funding comes about and the procurement cycles come about, so that we continue to improve that type of scenario and evaluation in some of the most challenging conditions in the world, both from a weather standpoint and distance standpoint. And so for us right now, it's a lot of learning, and it's mostly driven by NOAA, because most of our other bureaus are less, let's say, operational and real world outside in terms of their operations, with the exception potentially of the decennial census, where we have 500,000 people out there collecting data. But for 2030, that might be a radically different proposition.
Thanks a lot.
You can move the mic a little bit. Might be able to.
All right. So if you now he's talked about what NOAA is doing and how it's being used on the seas. So I'm kind of bringing it back home to our little department, like the regular chatbots, our chat, not only the chatbots, but we have our financial systems like TBM, CIPIC, all those are now they're looking into using or integrating machine learning to do some of those financial things. One of the things that in all these technologies that we use, one thing that we need to know is regardless of first of all, we have to know that they're transformative. And not only are they transformative, they also bring us together to discuss and talk about how to move forward. Now, not only that, one of the other things that I noticed about this, is the new, the ChatGPT and the generative AIs, and things are moving around. Like some things are coming up, like having a policy in a sandboxed environment where we want to use a generative AI or generative chatbot, AI chatbot. So to make, instead of using a regular chatbot, kind of, go to the next level of working with generative AI. At the same time as we are doing that, we are also being careful to, these are good and exciting technologies, but we're careful to making sure that we don't, implementing this.
Next.
All right, so when my kids ask me the same exact question, they're always disappointed that I don't say robots with guns or robot dogs with guns or something like that, right? So no, so again, from the defense perspective, we've been on this autonomy path for a while. So again, just like it was mentioned before, AI is not new to us from that perspective. But so I'll just give you a quick areas that we are actually using autonomy right now and that we're expanding to. So the easiest one to think about is unmanned vehicles, whether in all the domains, anything from subsurface all the way to space, in the sense of unmanned vehicles. And it is not just fire and forget, it's vehicles that can actually think, or it's vehicles that can actually receive commands real time and make decisions about that, or collaborate with each other, right? So there's that. But then there's the other stuff that's not as exciting, but it's actually autonomy as well, which is sensor tracking. So you have computer vision triggers that basically make all the sensors go into a particular area or particular suspect. I'll use that. Others that are, for example, anomaly detections, right? So you got a lot of autonomy in anomaly detection, and whether it is on the cyber defense side or whether it is on the just similar to what the State Department has to deal with in the sense of information domain space. And then there's also self-repair. So you got systems that autonomously diagnose and do self-repair. And then there is the other one, which is logistic decisions, right? So that's another one where we're trying to get more proactive in, and it's basically rebalancing assets around the world, or even making vehicles perform logistic deliveries, that kind of stuff. So a lot of the same challenges are in the non-military world, and then we just add a little military flavor to it. But here's the main discriminator. First of all, is responsible, which that can be interpreted in many ways, and that's not what we're talking about right now in this question. But more importantly, there's always a human in the loop or a human on the loop in most of these decisions that are performed, especially on a decision that has high risk. So I'll leave it there.
Stephanie?
So just to tack on to what he was saying, not only do we have to use it for the military utilization of what we have within the service branches, but we also are looking into how do we drive the autonomy into the daily lives of the people who are helping to support that. Anyone really within the federal workspace could attest to the fact that every single one of us is resource strapped. We don't have enough people. We have constantly expanding workloads. So how do we use autonomy, or excuse me, an autonomous AI, whether it be generative AI, whether it be a GPT as a transformer? What is it that we can use that could be utilized to, again, not take away critical thinking or decision making, the top level decision making of our people in the federal workspace, but where is it that we can use something that can be self-generated, self-thinking, self-solving to be able to use for the everyday workspace? How do we make that a little bit easier? So that's one of the things that we're exploring with the CDAO is we're using mostly prototypes right now that are trying to drive towards those answers. What could we do that could solve problems for the everyday workforce, but then at the same time break down silos within the service branches that we have underneath the DoD?
Stephanie, if we can stay with you on this next one, what role does predictive analytics play in your missions, and how does it aid in the decision-making processes?
So predictive analytics for us, at least, I think that a lot of folks, at least in the DoD, and this is again just my opinion, but I think a lot of folks in the DoD kind of look at predictive analytics as something that they think is kind of sexy. It's something that they don't know that they really need. But really, what data and what AI do you have that is not really going to utilize predictive analytics? The whole basis of understanding unstructured data, which is a lot of what we deal with in the DoD, what do you use with that unstructured data, and how do you use it? What's going to come out of that? So a lot of times when we start prototyping, again, a lot of the stuff that we do is in the non-traditional world. So we do a lot of prototypes. We use those prototypes to iteratively develop what it is that we need. And a lot of times predictive analytics may not be the first jumping off point that we use, but it comes into play as we're actually going to attempt to scale. Because again, the CDAO's mission is to accelerate the AI across the service branches. So we can do a lot just in a very, very small bubble, right? There's a lot that you can prove out, but at the same time, can it scale? Is it going to actually report back to you what you need to have reported back to you? So a lot of times that's where our predictive analytics will start to come in play, is when we actually need to scale and we need to go past that initial prototype. For the decision-making process, utilizing that's actually one of the biggest things that we are trying to tackle is, again, this is based on that AI being self-generative, where you don't need to have a human interaction to input every single, data point to it. So really the predictive analytics and the decision-making that you would garner from those analytics, that's really where they start to come hand in hand. And for us, we really need it for the scalability of going across the entirety of the DoD.
Okay. So predictive analytics is really in the middle of the spectrum, right? Because there's descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive, right? So with the predictive analytics piece, I mentioned before augmented reasoning, and that's really where it helps the decision makers, whether it is on planning decisions, as mentioned here, weather forecasts, for example, or whether it is on maintenance, repair. We're putting a lot of sensors in the new weapon systems to help us do predictive maintenance and to increase readiness, or logistics, as I mentioned before. So I know we're short on time, so I'll leave it in there.
Sounds good. Yeah, we can go down the line briefly.
Thank you so much. Some of the things that we use is at least PTO has something they call patent backlog, where they put on their dashboards and they can tell about their patent pendency, how fast they can, how efficient and how efficient their processes and the efficacy of it. And so in that sense, people can get their patents faster. Sensors too have the AC, the autocoder they put on the dashboards too, TBM, CPIC, NOAA. We actually have things that goes with, they are over at the sea doing this. So we do have a lot of these applications and models out there that that are autonomous and that could make their own decision and that have their own decision-making process. But however, our experts are there to make sure that they're not erratic.
Andre?
So, predictive analytics, it's a big word. Everybody's talking about it today, but this has been around for a long time, right? I mean, predictive analytics has been used for supply chain optimization for derivative industries for decades, literally, right? In the weather patterns that has been going on forever. So, the continuing evolution of that is really dependent on a variety of factors. One, the number of sensors that can input data into a particular data set about a particular instance. Two, the ability to process those large amounts of data and to derive conclusions that then allow you to optimize your workflow, the way that you order things, and so on and so forth. Maintenance, of course, has been, longstanding. Every one of you probably has a car that determines exactly when your oil needs to be changed, right? And that's largely basic on predictive analytics of sensors of viscosity, of internal temperature, of, RPMs needed to achieve a certain speed, and so on and so forth. If you look at a movie that came out now almost 15 years ago, The Moneyball, what was it? It was predictive analytics, right? You have large amounts of data about a particular player, about its particular penchants and capability to hit off of left-handers, right-handers, underhanders, you name it. And then you decide these are the people that I'm going to put in every single situation against every single situation. The NBA has been doing this forever, right? Where they figure out exactly who should be on the court at a particular time when the other five are a particular set of players, right? So this has been going on for a long time. That's all both long-standing knowledge and evolving very quickly because we have more sensors, we have more computing capability, we have more storage capability. So we're analyzing massive data sets. In terms of predictive analytics, I'll tell you this, and I think this you'll find this interesting. Hopefully, you'll find this interesting. How many of you are familiar with Isaac Asimov? Come on. Okay, please don't disappoint me. He's the scion. How many of you have read the Foundation series? Oh, okay, all right, okay. So there's a concept in the Foundation series called psychohistory, right? And psychohistory is basically the ability to predict everything that's going to happen in the world, in the universe, actually, at any point in time, based on the inputs that you have from, an enormous amount of sensors, enormous computing capability, right? Where if you have enough patterns that have been derived from human being behavior over the past 100 years under a variety of circumstances, and you have now an almost immense and infinite universe of data points, you can analyze them all and say, this is what's going to happen. This is what this person is going to say under this particular circumstance. This is how this person is going to vote. Oh, how interesting, right? And so that is something that you really should explore because quite honestly, I tell you, it is a roadmap for predictive analytics in our own environments, right? As they go from, what has been initially a very primitive environment, now a more advanced environment, but a science fiction-like environment that is taking place at an astonishing rate of speed, right? I can tell you this, even the slightest things, website design, right? Website design, what do? You do A/B testing, right? You put forth something and you put another thing and you look at navigation patterns, stickiness of the page, how long people stick, what button they're going to click next, right? And then you optimize your website so that you can turn that person coming in, not into somebody looking around for 13 milliseconds and clicking to the next page, but somebody that gets converted into a client that actually ends up saying buy, right? And so from our standpoint, the predictive analytics, and the way that they're going to influence the census, for example, and census collection is going to be absolutely incredible. Dr. Alatambe, and I hope I'm not massacring his name, but if I am, I very, very much apologize, was absolutely correct in this. I mean, we are actually working in an asymptotic environment, right? Where the speed of change is absolutely astonishing, absolutely astonishing, right? And so when we look at the world 15 years ago versus today, it's radically different, even as people of our generation, because I'm looking around the room and I say we're all within about a 20-year interval, right? Almost, right? Where people of our generation, have been able to adapt to this, change, but will continue to struggle as we move forward, right? And so it is very important to realize that that speed of change is going to continue to accelerate, and that predictive analytics will be a part of every single thing in our lives from now until the end of time, right? Your doctor will be using predictive analytics to tell you, based on the length of your telomeres, okay, through genetic analysis, when you're going to die, right? They're also going to predict what is going to be the medication that's going to be necessary based on your exact genetic sequence that will allow for your telomeres to not decrease at the rate that they're decreasing, so that you can live longer, right? Now, one might argue that that's not desirable because, then we have overpopulation, but that's always been the case, right? That's always been the case. We've had, in London, 1900, life expectancy was 44. We introduced this new technology, it was fantastic, was the latest and greatest. You know what it was? A sewer system. And all of a sudden, we almost doubled life expectancy, right? So you can expect that type of thing to continue to occur with everything that happens with artificial intelligence, with machine learning, with predictive analytics, where the world 5 years from now will be radically different than what it is today, even though we'll have some of the anachronisms that are inherent to the fact that a lot of us will still be around.
Thanks. For the State Department, I could pretty much echo a lot of things that were already spoken. We use it for maintenance. Obviously, we can predict when our buildings are about to need repair. We'll send things out to the field beforehand. Similarly, with looking at fraud with visas and passports, we do have some predictive analytics, which lets us know that we need to take another look at something. I think the key part here, though, especially for the State Department, what we're working on, and essentially the culture of our workforce, it's understanding the level of confidence that you can walk away with a predictive analytic, whatever the summary is, what's your level of confidence, and instilling within the analytics this little metadata that tells you this is what our level of confidence is. And currently, because of our comfort within the department on predictive analytics, no matter what we're using it for, there's always a human eye that immediately looks at it afterwards. Like, hey, we predict that this is likely going to be fraudulent. That's fine. Level of confidence, 99%. That's fine. Our policy is still a human eye needs to look at it. We still need to be able to provide that additional confidence on our end, and the end of responsibility still needs to be on a human side. On the autonomous part, yeah, we do have a few things that are autonomous where we let it go. For instance, we do have in certain places where we have unreliable internet. For our maintenance, we will allow the system to say, this is important for data to go to the cloud, and this is important, this is not important data. And so from that, we can save our bandwidth, but that's something minute. It's small. It's not going to be life or death, and it's not going to affect anybody trying to get into the US, right? So from our perspective, we're still very much, let's put a human eye on it, even though we have the predictive analytics here and we have a level of confidence. I don't think, at least not within our agency, we do not have the practice yet as a standard operating procedure to always, for any set of analytics, we'll put down what is your level of confidence of this model. And until we actually make that part of a standard, you don't really have the transparency of understanding, this is what that predictive analytics is telling you, and this is how much confidence you can put into it. So we're still working on it.
Andre, maybe you can take this next one, since you talked about the amount of data that is needed to leverage AI. How is privacy being protected when you're leveraging the technology?
It is a very tough proposition, because, with predictive analytics and with enough data, you can get down to an amount of specificity where all of a sudden you start identifying individuals, right? At the census, for example, when you're looking at statistics generated from the 2020 decennial, we will allow you to get down to a level of granularity, right? that can never be below a certain threshold that would allow you to identify particular individuals within a particular neighborhood, for example, right? And I think that that's going to be a constant challenge, especially as we marry the predictive analytics and the amount of data that we're collecting on citizens on a constant basis with the desire to have an open government where a lot of that data is published, right? And so the intersection of that is that privacy that needs to be protected at all times. On the other side of the equation, and somewhat worrisome, okay, is the fact that by virtue of leveraging technology, we are in a lot of ways giving up our privacy, okay? And that's just a reality, either, willingly, for example, by the use of cell phones. Believe it or not, every single cell company knows exactly where you are right now, okay? Down to the chair that you're sitting in, if they had a map of the chairs in this room. That's just a reality. Okay. And let me tell you why that can be potentially very dangerous. Imagine a country in Central Asia, and I will not mention the specific country because otherwise you might kick me under the table from state. Yeah, okay. But imagine a country in Central Asia that has complete control over the telecommunications industry inside the country. They own the cell company. They own the towers that distribute it. They own the networks on which those signals and IP is running. They sell you the cell phones at a state store where you have to identify yourself in order to have a cell phone associated with your account, right? Now, from that moment on, because of all of the facilities that we have in our cell phones, that Central Asian government knows exactly where every citizen is at every single point in time, what they're doing, what they're purchasing, and so on and so forth, right? In China, for example, you've heard of WeChat, right? Your life is conducted through WeChat in China, right? And so every transaction, every acquisition, every movement, everything is known to the state. Where does the privacy go? It disappears completely. This particular Central Asian government actually used a location of 2 dissidents, right? And they started triangulating them and came to the conclusion that these 2 individuals were meeting at a particular coffee shop on Wednesday evenings, and that there was a group of other people that they didn't know much about that were meeting them at the same coffee shop every Wednesday, every single week. And they waited, collected data about the other individuals, and one day raided the place at exactly that time and got rid of half of the dissidents in the country, because that data is readily available for people that control the entire environment. So we need to be very careful about that, right? And frankly, sometimes one might think that the cat is not only out of the bag, the cat has left the country. It went to state, got a passport, and left, okay? And so we need to be very careful about that. Every project needs to have imbued into it, the guardrails for privacy, but we also need to be very realistic, that might be a quaint concept that will need total and complete constant scrutiny. And so every project needs to have it from the beginning as one of the main tenets. And even that will be a very tough proposition.
And do you want to take this? And we have about 2 minutes left.
Sure, I'll be quick. I would completely agree. It is an issue that in the federal government we have to deal with constantly. Even when we look at the security of data, we always say, hey, does it have PII or does it not, right? I mean, there are both executive orders that have come out under this administration and the previous that talk about AI and deploying AI, and that the requirement is if you do use AI, you need to have very discrete mission requirements and objectives. You need to be able to tell us exactly how you're handling the data, privacy, and you need to have transparency in how that's being done and enable third-party individuals to come in and do audits, right? So there are basically skeleton requirements out there for the government to do. Our challenge has always been, how do we actually enact that in the time frame and the expense and resource requirements needed to actually deploy, like ChatGPT, for instance. Like, how do I put ChatGPT into that skeleton of requirements? I believe the federal government will continue to evolve, but I believe also the public and its perception of what is privacy and what is not will continue to evolve as well, and will affect how we interact with that requirement. So.
Next, what about the Defense Department?
So on the privacy part, more importantly, it's about privacy of our members. So we don't have the particular issues that state has, which has their customers that they have to protect also. So that we don't have. But we also have, so it's not just the privacy of our members, but it's also in the sense of protecting data in general for us. So specs of systems, other items like that. So again, I'm trying to keep it short.
I mean, we have 10 seconds left. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. A great panel. Thank you to the panelists. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Great panel. All right, we got one more left. And I don't know how this always works out, but our friend Derek Johnson, he's done these closing panels. I don't know. He just gets, he's our closer, I guess. And Derek's for SC Media, and we're got a power pack and look forward to it. Thanks, Derek.
Okay. Is this on? Does it sound like it? Is this on? Nobody's. It's more just the laptop. Well, I need to move my laptop over here. That's possible. I'll figure it out. Okay. Well, welcome everyone. As you heard, my name is Derek Johnson. I'm the closer for these events. I'm also an editor and a reporter at SC Media, where we cover cybersecurity news across the public and private sector. So if you haven't had a chance to check us out, we're at scmagazine.com. Please do. And welcome to our final panel of the day, which is going to be focused on AI and analytics in the federal government. So, both data analytics and AI have been around in the federal government for a while now. They're used to extract insights. They're used to feed evidence-based decision-making. They're used to increase efficiencies. But over the last year, I think we've all sort of been witness to how far some commercial and open source AI products have come in recent years. In this panel, I think we are going to be focusing a lot on how my panelists have spent their time and how they've been reacting to some sort of the Cambrian explosion of AI that we've all been witness to over the last year. So they're also going to talk about, as they kind of try and implement this stuff on the ground level, what kind of challenges that they're facing, what kind of obstacles they're facing, what's keeping them up at night, what's making their jobs harder as they try and put these things in practice. So I'm going to introduce our panelists real quick, and when I do, just go ahead and raise your hand when I mention you, because it's not going to be in order. But with us today, we have Renisha Carter, who's the artificial intelligence strategist and chief data and artificial intelligence office at the Chief Data and Artificial Intelligence Office for the U.S. Air Force. We have Joyce Padella, who's the chief data officer for the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration at the U.S. Department of Transportation. Chris Alvarez, who is the chief data officer at the Department of Agriculture. And Bill Kassenchar, who is a data analyst for the IT category and IT vendor management office at the General Services Administration. So welcome, everyone. I'm looking forward to a good conversation. I will jump into my questions, but at a certain point, I will pause to give you all in the audience an opportunity to ask a question. So as you are listening to these folks talk about it, their experiences, if you have a question that pops in your head, keep it in mind for later on. So let's start just by going around the room very briefly and tell us just a little bit about what you all are working on right now in the federal government when it relates to AI. You know, whether your ambitions right now are small or intermediate or large, and just give us a sense for where you are bringing AI to bear, whether it's analytics, you know, in relation to your analytics work or elsewhere. Just give us a sense for what kind of presence you all have in your agency with this technology right now. We'll start with Chris. Yeah.
Sure. Thanks. So Chris Alvarez with USDA. We actually have, I'd say, quite a bit of AI going on across the organization. A lot of it happens in our component agencies and mission areas. There's a large focus on applying AI to different types of research that we do, but in a really broad set of fields and areas. So some of the areas where we've been applying AI is image processing. USDA actually generates petabytes of imagery, needs to process that to understand crop production, forest health, wildfire risk, river flows, water availability. So we're using AI to process a lot of that and understand imagery. We're also looking at things like contamination risk or invasive species. How do you detect them? If there's an outbreak, how do you model where, you know, how that's likely to spread? So another use case there. Also, genomic analysis is an area that happens at USDA in terms of crops, outbreak detection, foodborne illness, and applications of AI are happening in those areas as well. And then, of course, a lot around just natural language processing, understanding a lot of the narrative that comes in through different materials from USDA, whether it's inspection data, applications, internal processes where you know, we're trying to make a determination about whether this is reimbursable or not. And so I think a pretty broad range of applications. I'll just close by saying, you know, some of this newest AI, generative AI, has a lot of interest. We see a lot of applications, but taking a cautious approach towards adopting some of those technologies and really wanting to have some good visibility and evaluate them.
Renisha.
So for the Chief Data and AI Office, we are taking an approach where we are looking at the enterprise. So we cover the Space Force and the Air Force. And one of the big things is providing that environment where our airmen and our guardian have the ability to develop and to democratize information. How do they create, and then are they able to test it out and produce and have that compute power that they need behind it? So we are looking for an enterprise solution so that development can happen, and then they can also reach that data. So as we know, data is crucial in ML AI development. How do we get those data sets to airmen so that they can, one, share them, but two, also use them in their development?
Hi, Joyce Padella. The NHTSA, that's how we pronounce it there, is working on various endeavors. One of them is the enterprise platform that we're trying to get, building the foundation. Right now we have some analytics being done, but it's mostly in different program areas. We would want to build a solid foundation that has, that everyone can have a chance to possibly use, collaborate on, and like a more of a common data store. So that we can do various levels of analytics and reporting, business intelligence, just the whole gamut from that. And we do have various levels. We have the research, the transportation statistics. We have the research division on human injury. They do a lot of the image analysis and kinematics to see how these particular crashes and these particular cars could cause a certain injury. And then they also work with like the velocity, the air brake or the airbags, what's been deployed, when it's been deployed. So we have a lot of data that we're trying to get our hands around and be able to make it usable. So the need for the platform has been recognized all over, and it's but there's a lot of interesting things going on. We created we call it NEDS, but it's an enterprise working group on the data strategy. And we meet every other week. We've gotten a lot of great collaboration opportunities out of it. So it's also bringing the folks that aren't really sure about the analytics up to speed on what some of the other areas are doing. And it's just, I'm constantly amazed to see some of the things that are coming out of that group. So a lot of exciting opportunities, and look forward to tomorrow with all this.
Hi, Bill Kassenchar, REA Systems, representing GSA's IT department in the program Technology Business Management Program Management Office and the Vendor Management Office. Slightly different spin than my fellow panelists, since they're working more on seems like a functional basis, but we're really looking at financial management, financial cost control, financial transparency across IT department. Upwards of $70 billion worth of spend. Very difficult to determine from the data available to us what is in that $70 billion of spend, how much of it's cloud, how much of it's not, and to be able to make those decisions. So using machine learning, natural language processing, small language model instead of the large language model, because we have very limited data fields to work with, 256 characters versus the whole world of Wikipedia and whatnot. So we're using that data as best we can, and we're trying to do those types of analyses. And we have millions and millions of rows of data to look at. General concept is, we all call ourselves data analysts, but we're really trying to turn data into information, information into knowledge, knowledge into wisdom to make the appropriate business decisions. And that's where we come in.
And then just, real quickly, it does feel like this really has been sort of the year of AI, at least from the public's perspective, and especially as tools like ChatGPT and other tools have come to the fore. I'm curious how this last year has influenced your thinking and decision making, because, as I said in my intro, it's not like you all weren't working on AI and data analytics projects before this, but has what we have seen and witnessed over the last year or so, has that changed how you look at your own projects or your own approach? Are there things where you're looking? I know that we talked a little bit about how not so much the large language models in terms of, but just from what you've seen about the development of the technology over the last year, has it changed how you go about pursuing your own projects and work at your own agencies when it comes to AI?
Well, I think it definitely has changed the conversation and changed some of the focus areas that we talk about within USDA, at least. We see a lot of opportunity, and I think that it's creating, I think large language models, generative AI are creating opportunities for parts of the organization that maybe have been behind the curve or not at the leading edge of AI applications, to start to see where it connects, where it applies to the work that they're doing. And so it's bringing new folks to the conversation. It's generating a lot of new interest. We're identifying some areas where there may be applications that folks want to pursue that hadn't been a very high priority in the past. So it definitely has changed the conversation. We've also, I think, had to adjust our conversations around governance and data strategies as well to align towards that.
I think that brings up a great point. So yes, we have across the board airmen that are so interested in ChatGPT and all the other new developments coming out. And within our office, that means that we need to provide guidance quicker and ensure that there's a foundation of responsible AI. So everyone is understanding this is how you interact with these applications. This is the data you can release. This is the data you cannot release. And then what does that look like big picture? So for us, it's a little bit of maintaining, but also being able to keep up with the speed of knowledge, because right now everyone is getting access to these tools, and we have to make sure that not only do they have the access, but they also have the understanding of how to use it properly, and what implications that could have.
Sometimes it's easy to get caught up in the latest shiny object, I admit. But we do want to be sure that we're using those taxpayer dollars the right way, not just pursuing the latest beta version type thing, and that we're getting the technically feasible, best value. You mentioned the costs and things, but still having that human intervention and making sure we're doing it wisely. The urgency it does feel like the urgency is been a little bit more pressing than it was probably about a year ago. But it's one of those things that we're trying to be sure that we're doing it with our eyes wide open and doing the best for the taxpayer, and still maintaining the privacy and doing it wisely rather than just jumping in. And I have heard that several times in different conversations across DOT as well as NHTSA. So it's probably we're keeping an eye on it, but just making sure that we're doing the right thing at the right time.
Thank you. Better, faster, cheaper. Over the past year, definitely we've done the machine learning part, we've done the training, and we've done the validation. And, we're beginning to realize the benefits of that with the tool that we use. And, what would take 3 people 3 weeks to do, we can do in 20 minutes. So to your point about using the taxpayer dollars to their best advantage, we feel that we're really accomplishing that. Not to mention that, decisions that took a month or 2 months or a quarter can be done more on a weekly basis. Sometimes when you're dealing with the cloud, that's really important for saving money. So I think, we really have seen the benefits, the fruits of the labor involved, and being able to reduce that point from here's the data to here's the decisions from weeks to almost minutes, but definitely hours. So, and the other thing is, so that's the faster part. Better part is that it's more accurate, right? So when you had 3 people doing it manually, there were, different ways that they made their decisions on how to correlate, how to categorize the data. Once you go through the training and you come up with consensus, the algorithm does it the same way all the time. So you have, even if it's wrong, it's consistent. So, it might be a little bit wrong, might need fine tuning over the next couple of years, but it's consistent. And then if you're looking across the government and you're saying, application labor is 4 times the cost of compute and infrastructure, you might be off a little bit, but you're not off by, a factor of 10. So, better, faster, and that equals cheaper.
Let's talk a little bit about sort of data privacy, data security. AI systems run on data, but I think one of the things that we have seen at the tail end of this this past year is you've seen a lot of proprietors and makers of AI program really get criticized for where they get their data from, how they use it. Some of them are just basically hooking a hose up to the internet and hoovering up whatever it is that they need. I'm going to guess that in the federal government, it's a little bit different in terms of both how you get your data, how you use your data, and then how you interact with it in a way that can ensure that you're paying mind to things like privacy, to things like security. Talk a little bit about, as you are going around and trying to build these really cool data analytics engines that run on data sets, how you're also paying mind or trying to pay mind to making sure that data is secure and not misused.
Well, this is Chris. I think the government has lots of data, and I think in a lot of cases, it's the most current data is not available for these publicly available large generative AI models to use. So I think one of the challenges we face is how do we adopt some of these models with the data that we have within our organizations. And I think that requires bringing some of this in-house, tuning it to the specific content that that agencies have, and making sure that we're able to use it in a way that's reflective of the most current data, because I think that's really important. Privacy and information protection is going to have to be very central to that. And I think it's going to elevate the needs even more so around maybe the use of synthetic data, masking tools, and those types of capabilities to be able to enable some of these technologies. And I think it's partly why agencies are not just running to turn this stuff on and open up the floodgates and allow all their data into that, because I think there's a lot of questions still to be answered about, how much data do you feed into these models? Once that model is deployed, then even within your organization, lots of people have access to that maybe didn't under traditional approaches. So I think that's why there's a lot to be thought about in terms of adopting these models and implementing them within organizations.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, how often when you are, if you're collaborating with another agency, how often do you run into restrictions or constraints, in the sense that maybe that data was collected by a certain agency under a certain authority, that doesn't necessarily mean that it can be used for other purposes or shared with other agencies who have different missions? How often do you run into those kinds of complications as you're trying to work together and combine your resources?
Well, I'd say we're still at very early stages as far as some of the latest AI capabilities. I don't know that we've really crossed that bridge yet, but I do think it is a concern. What are the terms of use? What are the agreements that we have with other agencies, with data sharing agreements? And do they allow us to use these, or do we need to make updates to how we're utilizing that data? And I think another very critical component of that is the public disclosure aspect. So when we're collecting data, and with USDA, we get data from so many individuals, farmers, ranchers, consumers, producers. If we're going to use those for these kinds of models, I think it's critical to disclose how that's being used. And the public needs to know how that information is feeding into some of these tools. So a lot of that is still, at least for us, early stages, still needs to be, I think, adequately addressed before we can really take advantage of some of these tools.
I would say that one of the things we see a lot is data silos. So we understand that a lot of the information that we have good data, and to a lot of respects, we have enough data, but are we sharing that across the board? And not always. And then that data, even though it is good, we have what we need to get started. We still need to label that data. We still need to clean that data, anonymize that data, and then assure there's no aggregation between one data set to another. So a lot of considerations go into how do you prepare your data for machine learning? And we are looking 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, to ensure that, these meta tags are already thought out and planned, and then our data sets are available and able to be shared in different applications and used against different models so that we can get the results that we're looking for. So I would say that we have a journey ahead of us, but we also have a plan. And the more that we understand the need of our data, the more we can kind of stress that to our leaders. This is important, retain this information, or this is less important, you can go ahead and let go of that.
And then Renisha, I know that one of the things that we sort of chatted about a little in our prep call was just that things are a little bit different with the Air Force, right? Where you're not only dealing with a lot of data, but some of that data is sensitive, some of it maybe is classified, and you have to kind of figure out how to push that stuff down to a level where it can be broadly shared, where it can be broadly used. Talk a little bit about what that's like and what kind of considerations and changes that you have to make in your approach to make sure that these data sets are still bringing that value that they have at that higher level, but without necessarily opening up sensitive information to a broader community of people than you intend.
So anonymization's rough. It isn't as straightforward and as simple as we would hope going into a data problem. So when you identify, okay, this data set is something I want to use on a lower classification network or even on a higher one, but I still need to ensure that it is removed of PII or restricted information or information that could be detrimental to somebody's mission. It takes a lot of understanding of that data set. So you need that SME, and then you also need that data scientist that's going to be looking at that problem and deciding what different attributes or which constraints we're considering. So it takes a lot. And because we're in our infancy, we're still developing out those policies and those rules. It's kind of hit or miss. This data set development could have taken 3 months. And then this one, okay, we've done this once or twice. We're down to about 6 weeks. So I would say as we move along and we start to create a process, it's going to get better for the DoD. And then as we get all these smart airmen and Guardian that are coming in and they're already like thinking this way, we'll start to kind of organize our data in a certain way that allows us to get there sooner. But until then, we're just going to truck along and try to figure out how do we get our data ready to do more and to provide advanced information for our leaders.
Yeah, it's a dance really, because still you need the data to find out certain insights, but at the same time, if you drill too deeply into it, you could identify a person and you have that responsibility to protect the privacy. Like for instance, we have license plates, we have videos, we think things that can be taken from, say, a Tesla driving down the road. They have a lot of cameras on them, and it can help us learn, how this accident happened, how it can be avoided. But at the same time, it shows a whole bunch of other people's license plates, which could be taken right back to find out who those other people are and all the things that could come from it. And then today's privacy may be different than tomorrow's privacy. So you want to think towards the future, what could identify a person. So some of the things that we've done in order to still make the data useful, but be transparent, as we've used redaction tools, masking, I have a hard time with that word, obfuscation. And we have different role-based security, things like that, in order to be able to use the data, the right people. But we also make sure that only those who need to see it can see it, and that we're not being willy-nilly with distributing it in any way where it doesn't really apply to people's job. I've worked in the private sector too, and health insurance, and at Hopkins for a while. And there's all kinds of things that are just cringeworthy that, when you look at these things, just like, well, how does that identify a person? But we take that very seriously, and we try to err on the side of caution where I'm at. And it's really, it's a dance, because you still want the data to be useful, be able to see these, outcomes when there's an accident, and that the person, not just, whether they survive, but did they survive with a quality of life? And so, you do have to get into something that would be, very, very much that would be against someone's privacy if you're not careful. But there's no easy answers, I think. But we do try to take that err on the side of caution approach.
Thank you. So we're a little bit different. I mean, at a high level, all the data we use is publicly available: IT dashboard, sam.gov, Census Bureau. So there's a lot of data that's very publicly available. And that's where we start. We get to drill down deeper. And when we do get deeper, we make sure that we are doing things like when we look at labor rates, we look at labor rates by role and categorize them by role and average them together. So there's no PII in any of the data that we see. And we're only getting it at that level. There are other instances where we want to dig deeper for a particular agency. And they don't really want us to dig deeper, and we have to respect that. So we have to just have a gap in our data in doing our analysis. But we work with what we can and do the best that we can in order to protect privacy.
Oof, you had it easy on that one. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a slightly different spin on it.
Yeah. So I am going to take a pause here and just see if there are any burning questions from the audience. If anyone wants to pose a question to our panelists, now is your opportunity.
Hi, good afternoon. Abe Usher. I'm the co-CEO of a company called Black Cape, focused on technology. I was just wondering things that inspire you guys about what's coming. I feel like we're living in an age of science fiction where things are just becoming science. So if there's a book or a movie that you have been inspired by, you recommend to others about where technology might be going, I'd be very interested. Thank you.
That's a great question.
I could start. I think, kind of geek at heart. Not really inspired by any particular movie, but just, curiosity, I think, is the largest thing. And following technology from a very young age, and I'm very old now, but still keeping with it and keeping relevant. So yeah, just a lot of reading, Googling, definitely not the bleeding edge type person, but definitely trying to be cutting edge, and then looking at the things that have some proof behind them, some results behind them, and then digging deeper in there to kind of keep my skill set sharp.
I'm gonna geek out on you. I really like the things that are coming out of causal inference and causal discovery. I like the structural causal models and probabilistic graphical models, just because that sometimes they can identify things that's not readily available just by evaluating the data. Judea Pearl, love the guy. He really writes very well, that's easily understood. Recently finished a book, I think it's causal inference and statistics or something along those lines. And then there is a lot of good information coming out of Canada. Joshua Bengio, he's got a book, Deep Learning, and this book, if anything, it answers all your questions pretty much. Generative models, deep learning models, neural networks, convolutional neural networks, ResNet, all those fun things. So yeah, I told you I was going to geek out.
I would say the democratization of information for young people. So right now, there are so many resources for people to just kind of get even a broad understanding of AI. You mentioned books, there's T-AI. I think that's a good holistic look at, society and where we've gone. Is remote warfare moral? These are all friend offers, but just saying they have some good books out. And yes, just the resources. A lot of the MIT Pro courses are free. And yeah, young people are now able to just get their hands on this information and they can go right in and start learning. And I think that to me is phenomenal, because I think what we're about to see is an entire generation with the understanding of the capabilities of ML, AI, robotics, STEM across the board. And I think that's a good future.
Well, probably not the answer you're looking for, but a lot of what's going on now takes me back to Isaac Asimov days, the 3 Laws of Robotics. And so, and that was one of the first book series that really got me interested in sci-fi and technology and such. So I think that's one that's come to my mind recently. Very opposite side of the spectrum is a research paper I read just this week on training models to reflect human morality and ethics. And so I found that really fascinating. How do you build training data sets that reflect justice, equity, ethical principles, and can you build models that that incorporate that into how they respond and react? So I found that very fascinating.
Really can't go wrong recommending Asimov when you're talking about AI. Okay, I think do we have any other questions? Anyone else want to ask a question? There you go.
Hello, my name is Rachel. I'm with NetApp. It was kind of a good basis of his first question, but I kind of want to go off of it. What do you personally like about being in the AI space, and what kind of keeps you up, going up in the morning and maybe keeps you up at night too?
Well, I think one thing that I find really fascinating is that it's a rapidly changing field, and there's a lot of exploration. There's a lot of discovery going on in terms of what do these models do, what can they not do. So there's just a lot that's really novel and new, and I think for me that's really interesting. There's a lot changing, and I think the ways that we can apply some of these AI tools that are coming out, I think are still very early stage. I think there's, in terms of how this is going to impact society, where we'll be in 5 or 10 years, I think is going to look pretty different than where we think we'll be today. So that's what's really fascinating me is, where is this taking us? What are the opportunities? What are the kind of the new fields that this is opening up for, for researchers and for people in general?
I would say sometimes it's kind of seeing what different models can do. So when you have like an assumption of what you think is going to happen, and then that model takes it into another approach. So just looking at the technology and the developments that are coming out, and then understanding the importance of like the different data that you put in, because it's very important. So just understanding like the different techniques and what these algorithms are actually capable of.
It's really what they said, but it's a lot. There's something new, and there's so much to discover. And again, I can use those meetings that we have with the working group, and just seeing how the collaborative opportunity that we have in 2 different areas. Didn't really know what the other area was doing so much, but with their work together, it's liable to really give NHTSA a nice jewel in its crown, I guess you would say, because we have a lot of data sets that we offer to the public. But if we could, do something like on the scale of like ImageNet for crash data, that would be quite a crown jewel for us. So yeah, what's next?
So I'd like to say problem solver. I feel like I'm a problem solver, and with AI, with machine learning, with natural language processing, we can solve a whole lot more problems than we were ever able to do. And that to me is really exciting. And I think as the panel before us and our panels talked, we've just barely begun to scratch the surface. The next 5 years are going to be really telling. And I think it's going to explode into so many different directions that everybody will have a path of interest that includes AI.
So we have about maybe 5 minutes left, and I do have 2 more questions that I want to get to close out our conversation. So Joyce, I think one of the interesting things that you had mentioned in one of our conversations was, yes, this is about technology. Yes, it's about resources, but it's also, a lot of it is about building a culture around using data, using data within the context of these high performance AI systems, a lot of new sort of skill sets and different mentalities that you have to bring to work, not just for folks who have technical backgrounds and understand the technology, but maybe also the folks who have low technical or no technical skills, but are working on some part or aspect of a project that now feeds into the analytics that you're doing. Talk a little bit about, and I mean, happy to hear from the other folks as well, but talk a little bit about that part, building that data-driven culture and kind of how that's going and what you look for now as you are, whether it's through internal trainings or hiring process or whatever, to get there.
I think one of the big things, again, this isn't a Ned's public public announcement, but this working group that we created has really been a big help. And then at the Department of Transportation level, Dan Morgan is leading an effort to do it across all the modals so that we can learn from each other. And it's not so much that, you get this person, that person, and again, build these silos. It's so that the folks can go back and see what is possible and then champion it in their own individual areas. And it is intimidating. I mean, I grew up on a farm, and my family, they don't even touch a computer if they can help it. But, there are certain things that they want to be able to do, and they want to be able to use to get their job done. talking about NHTSA, not my family, but get their job done. So once they see the things, the ways that we can use it to help them save time, that they get the understanding they're not going to lose their job. This computer or this system's not going to take their place, that they will be able to now focus their work on more value added work, like the expertise that they joined NHTSA for, so that they can focus on that. So that's really part, just a constant communication where we've got newsletters, communications coming out of our PMO office, as well as the CTO office, and then just all across and up and down NHTSA altogether. So,
Does anyone else want to weigh in on culture building?
So I think that culture is like the hardest thing to change, and fear is a part of that culture. But I think the thing is that you have to use AI and the results of your AI and fine tune it to the audience over time, so that they are not inundated with things that they don't understand, and that you can bring it down to the level of your audience, or up to a level of an audience. I don't think down is the right word, but you know, it's just different audiences. If you're at a C-suite level talking about your results, they don't care about, you know, CPU cycles. They don't care about time. They care about the things that they need to know to make the right decisions. So finance level, technical level, C-suite level, public level, just make sure that you're fine tuning your results, your analytics towards the audience that is going to receive them.
And then, you know, I think where I would like to kind of end things here is, you know, as several of you kind of mentioned in your comments, you know, right now you're just sort of starting to scratch the surface with what you can do or what you think you can do. And so that has led to some sort of smaller bore projects maybe that you are working on based on either the data or the resource of the infrastructure that you have. It does feel like over the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years that maybe those ambitions will start to get bigger, not just in government, but in other places that start to leverage this technology more and more. And so to the extent that you are able to, it would be wonderful to hear, you know, whether you all have any larger ambitions beyond what you're doing, or you know, plans or aspirations, whatever you would like to call them, about where you think you might be able to take a technology like this in 3, 4, 5 years, and how it could improve your mission delivery or just your day-to-day work at your agencies. I would love to just close things out by talking about some of the big stuff that we think we might be able to accomplish with this down the line.
Well, maybe one thought in particular is that, and I think I heard this in an earlier session, that you know, a lot of federal agencies are strained in terms of the resources they have and the number of programs that they have to deliver, the services they have to provide. And I think these tools are going to play an important role in trying to ease some of that burden, improve how we deliver services, improve the customer experience, and I think, you know, increase the efficiency and the maybe the comprehensiveness that agencies can do some of the work that they need to do. I think within USDA, I'm thinking a lot about how we can apply these more on the operational, kind of the business practices side. I think our research community is doing a lot in AI right now, and I think they are really leaning for it. But I think where I, as a CDO at USDA, can help bring this in effectively is more on some of those business process functions that can help USDA see a return on investment, get value back in terms of productivity, or as I mentioned, customer service. So those are the areas that I'm really thinking about for the next couple of years.
Do we have time for one more?
Yeah, no, we have time.
Okay.
You can go down the line.
I think there's a lot of different applications where we can kind of assist our airmen as they go forward. I'm going to name a couple of research projects that are ongoing, which I think are pretty exciting. One is AI-assisted optimization of training schedules. So specifically flight schedules. How do we
optimize how we're sending pilots in and out the door. Another one is magnetic navigation. How do we find out, how can we fly in an environment that's GPS denied? Like there's a lot of great research that we're using ML AI to dive in and see how can we make our airmen and guardians' lives better.
Logistics.
Yeah, two of the areas that tie it back to the mission is crash avoidance, so that you're not in a crash to begin with, and crash worthiness, which actually makes the car a lot safer. And those are the ways that we're using AI and ML currently, by examining the images that I mentioned and running these kinematic models against them to see how they impact the individuals. Again, to not just improve the survivability, but also improve their quality of life and the injury that they may and hopefully not get from that. So those are the areas that we're really focused on as part of it.
Thank you. I think the future for us in the area that I'm most focused in is the fact that right now we're working on what happened yesterday. And I think the government would benefit and the public would benefit best if we worked on predicting what would happen tomorrow. So in the other group previous to us, I heard them talk a little bit about predictive analytics, but the way the government budgets for IT is really throwing a dart at a dartboard. It has to be 2 years out. The budget cycle they're going in is for 25 that they have to submit in September. And, at the rate technology changes, you don't even know what technology you're going to be using in 25, let alone how much it's going to cost. Is it going to be up? Is it going to be down? Is it going to be 10x what you're using now from a consumption basis? You really don't know. So those predictive models for budgeting, predictive models for forecasting usage in the cloud, consumption, I think are really where we're headed.
Maybe you can just have a single line item in your budget, just AI stuff, for
Right.
this much $1 million.
So that is the current.
Yeah, that's the
way
current
it's all-
plan, right?
In a lot of organizations' budgets that I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this was an awesome conversation. I do hope that it was helpful to the audience. I want to thank Chris, Renisha, Joyce, and Bill for lending us their time, and thank you so much for giving us your time as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. We don't call you the closer for nothing. So now if I can have an hour of your time, no, just kidding. Thank you all for, I want to thank Carousel for helping us with the AV, and they had a few challenges where people taking their stuff, but we got that all figured out there. I'd like to thank my staff, Maddie's, our assistant event manager, she's here, and her team, fantastic. But I'd like to, and of course, thank all the panelists, but I'd like to thank you all for coming here. It's, it ended up being a long day. We don't have our event muscles back from COVID, I don't think. So thank you all for coming, and that closes the program.
Yeah, thanks for sticking around so we're not talking to an empty room. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, pardon.
All right, let's log all this. I'm still gonna leave that stuff up for until it's done. Yeah, now the call gets me. Okay. Sorry if it smells. Sorry if it smells. You can also ride with windows open. Normally that helps, but for Starbucks,